Sorry. Distracted. Alright. Okay. Sorry. Hello. Um, okay, just gotta grab my tea. Hopefully everybody's day's going good. My day is going fairly good. I got to watch Emma this morning play The Long Dark, which is kind of nice. Partway through episode 3. Um, I don't want to spoil anything though, so I'm not going to say anything. It's good though. It was good so far. And that's what prompted me to post the poll that is currently in Discord. It's an interest poll because I want to see what people want to see, kind of, so that when I do variety, that you know, that folks can enjoy. It's not no more Schedule 1. If you want Schedule 1, it's under you pick other in the poll, but at the same time it's a poll, so you could pick as many as you want, as many of those choices as you want. There's no, it's a multi-poll, so like put like you click on the ones that you interest you, and then I'm gonna gauge from there kind of what I want to do, kind of, right? But yeah, it's not no more Schedule 1. Don't worry, I really like Schedule 1. It's a good game. I do want to continue the Frog Emporium because it'd be cool to kind of experiment with some of that. If I would use Discord, I would pull. Okay, yeah. Here, but for the folks that that want to, there you go. But maybe I'll bring it up again later, some point in the stream, so that other people can get their votes in, kind of thing, and just kind of give the poll some appreciation. Because the reason why I do the polls is because I want to gauge what you guys want, so to speak, so that I can be like, okay, this is what the stream wants, and then this is what I want, and this is, and then we can kind of go from there together as a group. But today we are going to be doing a great Spiffo rat race, and as we can see, we are actually on. So that's my first attempt. That's my fourth attempt. I'm going to delete these two because these two never made it out. That one was close, though. So these, I've had 3 relatively good attempts in this Biffo rat race. 07 being my current one. 01 being my PB in this Biffo rat race. So actually, let's rename this. Dead 26K. Rename file. Go, rename file. So this one we made it to 1K, this one we made it to 26, and this one is currently alive. Oh yeah, the rat race has been a blast, and I'm enjoying every bit of it while it's it's going. So I'm hyped. There we are. One sec though, I gotta hit refresh on this right here. It's kind of like multiplayer without multiplayer, you know? But the biggest reason why today is a marathon is because I'm going to be doing some heavy grinding. Expect not very much killing, but then I'm gonna make up for it later. Don't you worry. Heavy grinds for today for some decent ones. Did I have dinner? Yes, actually, I ate before the start of the stream. And while I was walking around, and in my mind, when I go onto Twitch and it's like I'm walking into many different theaters, right? I get a visual of that I'm going to many different theaters and hanging out with people in each theater. That's So that's how I view Twitch is when I'm wandering around, right? Um, so and I can split off into multiple theaters at a time because I have more than one monitor. And I've got the ability to kind of somewhat carry more than one conversation. Not always. It depends on how frequently they're all talking to me at once. But it's the way that I visualize it, right? Same as YouTube. YouTube is similar in my mind's eye kind of deal, right? It's like a big theater that I get to go and hang out in. Um, Going from there though, um, get to really hang out with folks and enjoy. And that's what I did. I ate and because Emma went to do duo as well as Emma had other things that she needs to do, so she couldn't hang out with me all day. But we did spend quite a lot of today together, which is nice. And I really like spending time with Emma when I can. And I'm looking forward to us being in person because when we're in person, there's not going to be issues with that. Because when I go to bed, I get to go to bed and then I would get to hang out with Emma like as much as I want. She'll be right there. And given the fact that my sleep schedule is not normal, like I'm not a normal sleeper, right? I sleep for a few hours and then I'm good to go, kind of thing. I can get back up and off I go. Um, all right. Enjoy your lurk. I'm just gonna recoup. We'll see if what I'm hoping holds true. But um, but we're gonna need to. I'll get a drink when I wake up. Wait. Because we're about to enter Super Pain Dome. And then it should go away within the first couple of in-game hours. Because we're at nearly 3/4 regularity. We might actually sleep through most of it. Nope, we didn't. That's okay, though. Okay, go foraging. Yeah, my dinner consisted today of sort of, it was like turkey and like sandwich. Some fixins on the sandwich, but mostly like turkey sandwich. Kind of like a turkey club, I guess. Not quite though. Yeah, it's nice to get some nice food. And then my tea is the one that's like listed because I haven't updated the command because I'm still working my way through that box. I should be done that box though soon, and then I'll be moving on to the next one. Defeating every box of tea, one box of tea at a time. And then I'll be back to the red rose for a while, which is the red rose is the kind that I can buy in much bigger bulk. Like because it's like I don't want to say it's the cheap tea, but I mean essentially. It's still pretty good though. Like it's not terrible for its price point. I definitely like the other teas better though. Like if I were to scale them and which tea I enjoy the most. Like yep, only 63k to go. I recommend you leave me lurked then, cause uh you know, cause my intentions today. Normally, I don't try and shoot for I'm gonna stream for really long, but today is one of those rare days where I'm like, let's go until I drop. So um, just to put it plainly. Because folks announce that like to announce certain things sometimes, and kudos to them. But I'm less bombastic than in that way, right? Like I don't generally like. Sometimes I will. Sometimes I'll announce stuff, be like, hey, I'm planning intentions are like this today. But that's why my thing says marathon is because I'm hoping that I'll have the energy to do a real marathon today because I feel like I'm 95 to 99% outside of the occasional cough now. So we'll see if I can do it. I have the time. All of our stuff is done for the most part in terms of paperwork and other things are all caught up. At least as far as I'm aware, so long as nothing shows up randomly to ruin my day, kind of deal. But it doesn't ruin my day so much as it's interrupts my day. It's not a ruin. It doesn't ruin my day because I like seeing that stuff when it does pop up. It's like it's bittersweet. You know what I mean? Because it's like it interrupts the stuff that I want to do with stuff that I have to do. I don't hate it. It's just it's suboptimal to be sure. You're gonna do a ton of editing? Kudos. I was looking over my YouTube and I seen that some of my videos went public by accident. So be very cautious when you're uploading stuff from Twitch right now, because for some reason it's switching the little dial from public to private. So you have to switch it back. I think it's a bug. I thought it was just me, but then I started seeing other people posting about it. And I was like, oh, okay, it's not just me then. So be cautious when you're posting things on, like you might accidentally post videos public that are not ready to be public yet. So be careful of that. I would go over anything you've uploaded recently. You never upload directly from Twitch? Okay, fair. I just warning you in case you did, because and as well as anybody else who's listening and might not have seen, and then they go to their YouTube and they're like, wait a second, all these videos are public. Oops. And maybe because some folks like to do nice like stuff, right? Like I like to put a thumbnail on most of my videos, even though like these VODs are like live stream VODs that are not cut up at all on my VODs channel. Like they're just fully uploaded, right? But I like to put thumbnails on them. It makes me happy that they're nice on that part at least. And then in the future, if we end up deciding to move forward with some VOD content, like that I want to cut up and stuff, it's there. So I don't thumbnail myself. Well, not entirely. I pay artists commissions so that my thumbnails are paid art from artists, and then I just add the text to it. It's really good. So I like supporting artists, and then I like when folks are who do good work get recognized for their good work, and then get compensated for it in a good way. So whether it be just letting folks know about their channels, or like I mean but see, that's not good enough in my opinion. You got to actually pay them as well, because monetary gain, although some folks are averse to it, it kind of it helps, right? So I like making sure that they're getting compensated properly. Yeah, that's fair. No, I understand. But for me, I have sometimes like, well, like it depends, right? At least currently, due to the nature of my work, it's a lot easier. But come the future, when I try to make streaming a job, it's gonna get a little harder. Because I'm gonna have to tighten the belt on certain things, so to speak, which is gonna suck. It is gonna suck big time, but it is what it is. I'm like, because like plane tickets aren't cheap, and going across the world, moving across the world is not cheap. But and saying that, I'm still gonna be as supportive and as much as I can of certain folks, as well as, you know, I'll still do the best I can, regardless. And I'm privileged to work with the folks that I work with. They are good people. And then friends are always great as well. I've got lots of friends that look out for me and tell me things and make sure that things are going right. And I can't thank them enough, really. I genuinely can't. There's no... It'd be impossible. Let's go over here. Should be coming off of the exercise fatigue here in a moment. Yeah, exactly. Which I mean is good, and I mean maybe you can find work that is viable for your like your particular condition. Like, you know what I mean? Like maybe there's some special work that you could do that's like, but at the end of the day, it's what you enjoy, right? So it's best to do what you can. It's cool though that you managed to do the stuff that you do. Um, you could also consider. I don't know if it would you'd qualify for special effects, but like you could always try. Special Effects is a charity that helps infirmed gamers that have, whether they've been in accidents or they have conditions, um, you know, be able to still play and stuff, which is kind of interesting. Not sure how they would, but like I mean, maybe some sort of confirmation method that you've pressed a key or something like that. And then you could utilize that in other means as well, not just video games. Maybe like some kind of like on display or an extension on the monitor that attachment or something that could show you, hey, these are the keys that have been pushed, so that you can make sure that you're pressing the right keys. It would work for video games too, but like I mean, you could do it for lots of things. I don't know. Just me like storming ideas randomly on a train of thought while I'm working out. We're going to be in workout mode for quite some time. It's committed workout mode too. So it's like I'm shooting for a goal that is really lengthy and tedious, but it's going to be worth it because when I hit that goal, I don't have to worry about combat for a while. The worst part of combat will be leveling up my weapon skill. Yeah, that's true. But like I mean, the thing is it's not necessarily just about that people have needs and whatnot. Like I mean, some it's kind of like an in it together kind of deal, right? Should go up and then come down right away. It's pouring rain. No? Oh, that's part of the song. The Forest Interlude in DK has a rain section. I was like, ah. The fun part about listening to these sorts of songs, well, as much as I do, as well as just having the ear that I have, um, I don't often listen to the forefront of music and often hear the back parts of music, because it just there's certain sounds my ears pick up on. Um, Partially with it's weird. I don't know. My brain focuses in on certain sounds and mm, oh yeah, absolutely. I like special effects. Doctors Without Borders is good as well. And Extra Life was a good one as well. We did a long time ago. I haven't participated in Extra Life in a little while, but they do send me their updates and stuff, which is cool. We raised a few $1,000s for them, and then I watched the Doctors Without Borders folks for ages and ages when Halcyon Frequency was doing it, and then um, special effects. I got to play that one, which was fun. I'm really happy about how that went and how much we raised, and it was good. It was a good time. People are amazing. Because people can be terrible, but people can also be amazing. Yeah, I need to get out to the main street. Oh, there's 3 sets of forageables here. There's you, and there's you. Yeah, well, I'm not surprised that folks can be amazing. We all have the potential to be great. Yeah, 4 or 5 charities that are really good. There's a handful of other folks that I'm associated with that I've done volunteer and stuff for, and it's been wonderful helping those folks and really getting to see people help other people in the best ways, giving the most that we can in assistance and information as well as resources, but like mostly, yeah, being there for each other. Even if it's as simple as kind of just listening to folks. Let them tell you their story. Their story may be very interesting. It may be very boring. It may be complicated. It may be simple. Right, you know? But it's their story, right? I've never actually looked. Is there like beard stuff that you can change? Huh. Honest Abe, full, pointed, goatee. Frog. Your name always makes me think of the cat Garfield, by the way. Just so that we're both on the same page. Do I have lasagna? I don't, but I can make a mean lasagna. Like I am really good. I'm really good at it. I can make you a lasagna that you would be like extremely pleased with. I'm sure. Of course, let's be honest. Any food that's offered that's free always seems to taste better for some reason. I don't know, right? There's two types of food bonuses in my brain that exist. One of them is free food, and the other one that exists is food that you made yourself. If you made something yourself, you are more likely to eat it than if you received it, right? And so if you know if I make a grilled cheese and I burn it, which is not too often, but has happened in the past, then I'm more likely to eat it, right? And I'd be like, oh. But if somebody gives me a grilled cheese that they made that's burnt, I'm like, oh well. I would still maybe eat it depending, but it's one of those things where it's like, I didn't make this, and it's ruined. Could I have made it better? I guess it's maybe an ego thing, though, right? Definitely. But I've made some good lasagna. You feel bad for not eating it? Ah, see, it depends, right? Are they giving it to you in earnest? Like, here you go, this is for you kind of deal, like a present? Or are they giving it to you kind of like, here's your dinner? And then they just sort of like throw it at you. Like, presentation does very much affect that kind of stuff, right? It all depends. But also, you don't need to completely finish your plate every time. For a while, I used to be that way, and I still am. I very much am the type of person that if I receive food, I don't want it to waste, and I will eat the whole thing. However, um, I know that if you overeat and or if you do that, sometimes it's unhealthy, like it's not good for you, like because you'll end up hurting yourself sometimes. So there has to be balance struck in that. Discard the slug. Right? Gotta be careful. You're extremely picky. I'm not. I will try anything once. Sorry, hiccup. I will try anything once. There are things I don't like, but those things are few. One that may surprise folks would be one that can make me sick would be pancakes, actually. That would surprise folks. Like, what? What do you mean? But yeah, it's one of the ones that makes me ill. It's a rare one. Is it the texture? No, because I've been given pancakes without my knowledge, and after eating them, I was like, I, this is making me feel ill. It's not the texture. It's something within them when they're cooked. I don't know what it is, because I can eat waffles, and I can eat all the individual ingredients. It's just, something within them when they're cooked in that way, it's not good in my system. Don't know why. And it's not psychological, like I just said, because I've been given it without my knowledge, and same reaction still happened. So unless my brain picked up on it without my knowledge, which is possible, I guess, um, it's one of those things, right? Are these? Yes, they are. Just really quick. Wow. Sorry. I think it's got something to do with the heating, though. That's the weird thing. Got something to do with the heating. Oh, thank you. Mm. Yeah, we need to get rid of this so that I can... I've not starved to death in Zomboid before. It would be an awkward way to die. It's one of the few things that I've never done. It takes forever to starve to death. I've died of dehydration, though. That one, a little bit easier to die of dehydration. Especially when there's bugs, or, like, you just don't have water and no water sources near you and you just can't get anything. Actually, we'll go fishing. Fishing is a higher guaranteed yield right now because it's still summer and... Yeah, I don't know. Everybody has something like that, though, right? I don't have any allergies. Like, I'm not allergic to anything that I'm aware of course. And I've had tons of things that you can think of, like loads of different kinds of things. Mm. I don't think I've had everything though. I haven't had fugu. I'd try it. That one's very dangerous though if not cooked right. I think that's what it was called, right? Ah, I got a plastic bottle. Was the foraging affected by seasons? I mean, yeah. Mostly winter, though. Winter's the season that affects it the most. It changes the foraging pool. Autumn, it seems like autumn and winter both kind of affected a little bit, but winter definitely. It gets rid of a lot of things, like it shortens the pools down by a considerable amount, but it also increases the likelihood of finding particular items. So, for example, all the crops and all the insects, you won't find very many of them. Like, no crops almost. Um, that said, you'll find a lot more fruits and you'll find a lot more types of berries. There's three kinds of berries that appear in the fall and winter. Holly berries are always poisonous. Beauty berries and winter berries are always not poisonous. So if you're ever in the winter and you have a decent amount of weight to survive the winter, you should make sure that you're collecting your go. What are you? You're gonna be my. Okay, good enough. Um, yeah. This. I don't know about bleach, so we'll put it in here. There we are. But yeah, those three types of berries. It's good to know about them, and you can kind of eat poison berries. Just don't like eat a lot of them, and eat them by little bits. If you're trying to like keep your hunger going for a very very long time with a winter start, you can kind of nibble on the poison berries. Just don't eat the poison berries like a lot, right? That's if you have nothing else. If you have no other food, which most of the time you will have other food, so it's knowing how you can skirt the lines of survival is very important, especially in games like Zomboid or any game that has sort of survival mechanics, right? But yeah, foraging is So is winter. Winter affects fishing as well, but not quite in the same way. Because fishing currently is tied to temperature now instead of the actual months. I think that it should go back to having the debuff. I don't know if the debuff is active anymore, is what I'm trying to say. Because the way that they changed fishing, um, because before winter used to have a debuff that activated in November, and it would go until March. Right? It was based on the calendar. Whenever those months were active, that's just debuff was active. Now I think it's temperature based, but I don't really know. You'd have to confirm with a code diver or a dev. Dev would know better than I would. It just doesn't feel like it. Based on like even with the fishing set to pour, like we have the fishing in the rat race set to pour, so it takes longer to catch fish. A little bit. You still catch fair amount though. If they added for food preservation, like you mean like you put it on the ground outside and it gets cold. I think the reason that it doesn't do that during the winter is and during the cold months and whenever the temperature drops is because it would cause performance issues. If the entire outside world applied the same effects as a refrigerator, it would probably cause some kind of great lag. You know what I mean? Because now every item that is outside is being affected by cold. So imagine the amount of items in a town. You walking through like West Point or Rosewood, how many items would be affected by cold outside? Yeah, it just doesn't seem like it would be a good idea to me. Maybe if you could make little snow mounds that like like mound up the snow while it's cold, and then when it heats up, it would heat up, and then it would be like your container got broken, like stuff would fall on the ground. That's how they could do it, in my opinion. If that idea hasn't been suggested, somebody can post it in the thing. Like I don't need credit for it or anything. It's just an idea that you could make a little snow refrigerator in a sense, or snow freezer. That would incentivize cold playthroughs a little bit because you would want the snow freezer sometimes, right? Plus, it would make winter a heck of a lot better because you could catch a bunch of extra food and or grow a bunch of extra food, put it in jars. And this is the one time, like, I mean, once they make jars and the contents that create jars, um, once they make those infinite as well, like, so the trick to making us use the preservation methods that are in the game via the jars and the sugar is making sugar require, like, you can't just take a spoonful of sugar and just eat it anymore. It would fall under the same category as the chickpeas where you have to put it into recipes. I know that's kind of like it's a little bit more controversial than the butter because I mean there are people that will eat sugar just by itself, but the thing is for a gameplay mechanic standpoint, it makes sense to do that. And then what you would do is you would apply the same thing to vinegar. You'd make both vinegar and sugar something you can create from crops. So like sugar beets, as well as vinegar can be created by with I think is it grapes? I can't remember. How do you make vinegar? I feel like it's grapes, but I don't really remember. It's been a long time since I've had to think about this stuff, but because last time I thought about this stuff, I was playing Stardew Valley. Um, but what you do is you create infinite, like, vinegar and infinite sugar recipes so that you can have a purpose behind making the preservation methods. Because currently, why would I ever do that? I'm trading the sugar, which the sugar is a non-perishable, right? Non-perishable food to preserve a perishable food, right? So to put that, to make it so that the sugar is more useful, you would make it so that it can only be included in recipes and then limit the recipes that it can be included in. It can be only used in baking, putting it in coffee and tea, and that's it, right? And then in this case, it wouldn't be baking, but in the preservation method. So thus, it would cut sugar out entirely. I'd also nerf butter, margarine, and vegetable oil at the same time. Thus, people have to start putting that stuff in recipes too. Like start putting butter into your fish fillet, fish pan stuff. No more butter chocolate bar. So it's a full rework of the cooking system, which would pair well with the full rework of the agriculture system, which they already have to do. Because anyone who Googles the agriculture system right now is gonna get fed up and unhappy, because all of the if just looking at cabbages alone, like cabbages and flax/hemp. If you look at those ones, because those are the primary ones that are often will get looked at, because cabbages used to be one of the fastest growing crops. Now they take 90 days or 60 days? I can't remember. But then they spoil in two, which doesn't quite add up, right? Because you spend months creating them and then they spoil right quick. In reality, apparently cabbages can last for a week. So a little bit more time spans so that you can actually utilize the crops that you're spending so much time on, right? That said, if you look up the growth cycles of flax and the growth cycles of a lot of the crops, it doesn't feel like the person that was doing the coding at the time, it was mindful of that, because a lot of the crops seem random. Like, it doesn't take 240 days for flax to grow. On maximum, I think I seen was 160 days. So, and you can get them to grow faster, and arguably you can get them to grow faster in Zomboid too, with proper grow times and putting compost down. Still, it definitely needs to be relooked at. Just gonna cook these up anyways, and then that said, on top of that, Rhett's been going over quite a lot of stuff in the primitive growth cycle to try and get the blacksmithing a little bit more smooth. He's been very much looking into how to progress via and have a good flow, which is good. I'm looking forward to seeing the full progress of that stuff. It's gonna be good, because Rhett is incredible when it comes to those kinds of things, for sure. He's super duper science guru. It's just a theory. Interesting. The twig bundle, when it's a twig bundle, is less time than when the twigs are separate by 10 in-game minutes. So bundle the sticks temporarily, unbundle them if you're going to put them on the fire. It's actually 16 minutes, but I was rounding. Also, carry tissues around. Tissues are ridiculously good for lighting fires, and also, if you happen to get a cold, they're way better than they used to be. These are the good ply tissues. Yeah, I'm looking forward to when things are progress and like I mean, it may sound like I'm like critiquing the game heavily as at times. It may sound like I'm like being maybe too critical. The thing is it's because we very much like the game, right? There's passion there, and we want to see those systems be working to their best. Can I slice these? Can they stay cooked? Yes. Okay, we should be able to go to sleep now. But yeah, hopefully I'm being clear with that stuff. I don't want to. Because a lot of the stuff that like we critique in those ways, we mean them that the base game should have some of that stuff. And yes, you can modify it and change the game that way. But there's some folks that are very averse to using mods, right? There we go. I should practice my times 2 fishing. Well, exactly. And that's one of the things why during the unstable that we should definitely let these things be known now so that the devs will be like, okay, well, some things they'll agree with, some things they'll disagree with, and they'll give us reasons or maybe they won't give us reasons. But the thing is th- like for example, I'll give an example of one that I know that the community has cried about a lot and I don't actually agree with it anymore. Um which is the inclusion that a crowbar can open up things. Now, so the reason why I don't agree with it anymore is because specifically for doors, they've gone out of their way to include the ability to copy keys, right? And if you had the ability to just pry open everything, that nullifies the need to have keys at all, meaning that you could just pry everything open. There's nothing that holds you back anymore. You don't need keys. Keys become irrelevant. You see? That whole gameplay mechanic gets overshadowed by just having a crowbar. So, while logically a crowbar prying things open makes sense, I can see why the devs maybe would be averse to it. Because, especially, like, okay, well, everybody would just save a crowbar and pry open everything. Takes away from that whole key system. Exactly. Not that sledgehammers are particularly not useful anyway. Sledgehammers are absolutely useful and loved. I think there's someone in the rat race right now which is celebrating the fact that they have 2 sledgehammers, you know? They absolutely love the community loves sledgehammers. And they are definitely one of the most useful building tools for sure. I was right. There is one there. But I wouldn't mind having a sledgehammer right now, actually. It would save me so much trouble because I would use it for mining nodes. We've made our own sledgehammer before, though. Like, not in this playthrough, but... Well, because this playthrough literally just started. Even the previous playthrough, I had some folks saying that it was, like, fairly lengthy, but I don't agree. But, you know, it's differing opinions, I suppose, right? That one, we barely started. The one that was at 26K, that one that was for a year and some change, that one was a bit more, like, that was a little bit longer, right? I'd say that one was a mid-game, like, mid-ish game. Because we were starting to get to the mid-tier of strength, like, nearly to the end tier of strength. That's when the game gets really, really good. We'll get back there. I just looked at your name in like 5 different ways. Your name was briefly Lisab. Then it was Basil. Then it was Lil Sab. There's like tons of ways. And my brain just shuffled that stuff around. Hmm. But I think it's Lisa. But I would have to guess that you would know your pronunciation of your name better than I would. Actually, we'll cook these up and put you there. What is that? Oh, I was just looking at your name and then trying to figure it out. I know that's strange, but you know. What? Oh, these are heavy. I didn't realize. That was a small alligator gar, and I just kind of... So... But yeah, I was like looking at your name and I like did a bunch of different styles of it. Like I read it as Lisab at one point, and then Lisa, and then I read it backwards, Basil, because I was like, I'm going to. But yeah, I figured it was Lisa. Yeah, and I was right. But I flipped it around even and was like, I'm gonna read this backwards and see what it says. It's like, it's funny the way brains work, right? Because I like reading names and then doing that, like trying to. Basil is interesting. Oh, what do you mean? Is your name backwards? Of course, I disregarded the 5 because the 5 could be an S, but it's not necessarily an S in this case. So I disregarded it. So I was like, it's not an S right now. So let's disregard it as it's an extra letter that exists that's not meant to be there in terms of phonetics. So let's look at the name from that. And then I was like, okay. And so Basil, it was backwards. You never thought of that? Yeah, it's there, but like I mean, like I said, I'd already committed that your name was Lisa, so I'm glad that I got it right. But at the same time, it's like Like, Maybe the B matters, though, is what my brain was, like, initially going over. So let's include it for at least one of them. Alright, Higgins, what are you feeling? You feeling sad? Well, let's cure that sadness. Well, now you've seen what I've seen as well, which is kind of cool though. That your anti, like the anti you, it is Basil, right? Basil is the anti you. Somewhere out there, there's a Basil that is the opposite of you. Oh no, don't crash. If we crashed right there, it was gonna delete my bag. That's why I was panicking. What was happening was the midnight save of the journal mod might have crashed my game. Because sometimes while you're doing exercise, and it crosses paths with the journal mod doesn't have time to save while the exercise is happening, so it can cross. Essentially, it crosses and it causes a crash. So thankfully, I think we stopped exercising in time to prevent it. But yeah, that's kind of cool. It's kind of cool to think of like anti-personalities, you know what I mean? Like people who are the opposite of you. It's funny a little bit as well because a lot of the aspects of my personality are reversed in Emma. So some things that I am, the opposite exists for Emma. It's kind of cool. It's very much like we're not fully opposites though, but there are some things where we're very, very opposite. But I would say that our taste in story games is relatively the same. Because, really, I could watch Emma play story games all day. Every day. It's like a safe space for me. Makes me happy. Okay, we can... Wish I could reach the R in regularity. Nope, no time to do that. Nightmare. Oh, there is something that I'm gonna turn on actually. I was hesitant to do so, but I'm gonna do this one. Because then when I sit on the ground, there we go. I'm sorry. Oh, thank goodness. I really hope they don't do this. Like, no offense, but I really don't want this to be a thing. Like, if you look at this, where the heck is the nails? At least take the nails off. Hand drill, fine. Saw, fine. But you're gonna cause a lot of players to not want to make this. And to be quite honest, does it need all this in order to create this? I mean, arguably the hand drill is like, but if you're gonna do that, you're gonna want to make it so that the drill, this drill, is not napping 5. This drill would need to be a lot earlier in order to make sense then. Or give us the ability to use the flint or the chip stone in this recipe. Because, you know, it's already hard enough to get folks to dry herbs. You know, if they're not able to dry them from the beginning, they're not going to bother, and they're just going to until later anyways. Maybe late game once they have a bunch of stuff, but it'd be kind of less used then, right? I don't think it's a wise choice. Because the drill does make sense. The saw, less sense. Because if you've already carved the wood into rods, so the saw part doesn't make much sense, but it's not that bad because, you know, it's fine. But so the nails don't make any sense at all. Like, it should just be these things and then maybe the drill. Hammer, and maybe you could make an argument that the hammer kind of knocks the rods into the slots. But I yeah, like I said, the saw and the nails are completely are not, those two should not be in there, I don't think. Because if you make the argument that a nail goes in each of these corners to hold them together, but the twine's there, right? And if you're trying to make the argument that the nails are holding these up here, well, then you got to imagine that this part right here is mirrored to the other side, right? So then it would be 4 nails, which is quite expensive for the tier of that this is, right? And I'm understanding that the large plant drying rack is a placeholder recipe, but there's no hand drill on this one. So why though? The hand drill is the thing that made the most sense on the other one, and yet it's not on this one. You see? A little strange. Because, like I said, arguably you could see like, okay, well, the stone drill is used to drill each of the large sticks or the long sticks so that you slot in the rods, right? So this part right here makes plenty of sense. And I can see maybe arguing that, okay, well, a hammer makes sense because you're knocking the wood rods into the slots. Okay, that makes sense. You're already carved the rods, though. You don't need a flint saw for that. And then, like I mentioned before, the nail part doesn't make any sense at all because all of these things are held together with twine. You don't need nails for any of them, which is why these recipes make sense, right? But we're going to take it a step further, and I'm going to carve these for the XP first. Yeah, maybe different options to build, but you would never ever build the other one, is my point. If you look at them, like if you look at the comparator, here, look, requires carpentry 1. Or sorry, 1 second. Where is it? Here. If we look at them, this one costs 6 and 8 twine, right? To create. This one costs 6 and 8 twine, but also requires these 2 things and nails. Like it seems kind of meh. Same for these, right? 4 long sticks, 6 rods, 4 twine. Now, if you could use the nails instead of the twine, then this would be fine, right? I like that idea. If you're going to go with a secondary recipe that requires carpentry, get rid of the twine requirement. And then get rid of the, or like you can keep the hand drill and the hammer, get rid of the flint saw. And switch them out. So it would be the same thing, but 2 nails. So if you happen to have a large amount of nails, you could use that, right? Yeah, simple versus an, well, potentially, like that's how I would change it though, is I would use the same materials, except I would drop the twine, put nails, and then just get rid of these things here. Although, once again, arguably, I would say that the ball peen hammer or any kind of, like a rock, anything, any kind of hammer, like the other recipes, and the drill could use anything, including a chipstone. So, like, you could use a chipstone to hollow it out, but it would cause condition damage to the chipstone. As opposed to the drills, it would cause less, right? Or they have bigger condition pools. Once again, saw not necessary. Something that could be also useful for this is if this little building menu had this. It might work as a hammer. I'm not sure. I haven't checked. But if the building menu had this little thing that told us the possible ingredients that you can use, like this should be carried over there, I think, because we don't have a means to check what other ingredients we can use. We just have to know it, which is not useful, right? So a hammer, like a rock, might work as a hammer. I know that the stone hammer works for a lot of these recipes, and I feel like what is it? The flint saw is a trade out for a lot of the recipes as well, which is good because it gives the flint saw more uses and actually has given me more respect for the flint saw, even though I still feel like it is a I feel like it's a more fancy axe-based carved knife. It feels like it has more uses than I previously, and like because you can use it in a lot of these building recipes. Which is gives it more yeah, it gives me more appreciation for it. Yeah, the crafting menu definitely is gonna need, and I understand it's unstable. Believe you me, that nobody, well, not, I mean not nobody, but lots of us understand that this isn't gonna be the way the game is forever. But it's the thing is it to offer up opinions and critiques is useful. Um, I need 1, 6. Yeah, I don't like that as either. I feel like that feels gating, and that, to be quite honest, that we should be able to craft the infinite weapons in multiple ways. That way, and in my mind, and because the music's distracting me a little bit, I'm gonna pause it for a moment so that I can explain this in as clear a way that I can. Um, I feel like all of the infinite weapons should be fragile, but should be accessible, so that anybody with any weapon skill, no matter what their favorite weapon is, will be able to move into their favorite weapon class with ease. So nerfing the crafting capabilities of the spear was not necessary. The people that like spears are going to continue to like spears, so let them have their fun. Give them back their planks, you know? Um, for the folks that like the short bat, I mean, let people enjoy the short bat. It takes carving 7 to get there. Kudos. Same for the knife folks enjoying their short blades. Those are fairly easy to craft for the most part. The axe people enjoying their axes. Those are frequently very easy to craft. I feel like the traits points as well should, spear deserves a trait point. So that if somebody wants to level spear, that it doesn't take an eternity to level it. Because it's not as strong as it once was. It's still pretty good. It's not as strong as it once was, and it doesn't have really a means to get to its end game very quickly. It's going to take, like, for my character, like between 40 and 60,000 kills to get Spear to level 10. That's a bit much to ask for your, player that is not playing Zomboid every single day. Maybe the player that is works a 9 to 5, comes home and plays Zomboid for a little bit. It's not they're not gonna be hitting that for a while. And then when they do hit it, if they die, well, I mean, they're going to get discouraged, right? So my thought process is make everything accessible. You can focus on the balancing and the aspects of that later, but making things accessible will get more people trying things. And similar to the twine situation with Dogbane hemp, when Dogbane hemp was rare, it was a problem. Now it's not rare, it's super common. And actually, it's so common that everybody is in the crafting menus crafting things with it. That's huge. That's like they can focus on updating and making it a little bit more balanced in the future. But for now, in the unstable build, you're gonna want that. You're gonna want things to be accessible so that people can then test your stuff. So all the recipes and the placeholder recipes should not have balance at the moment. The biggest focus should be on accessibility, making it so that players are actually able to get to those stages so that you're able to have them test it. And then balance later on. Balance is like a later on kind of thing, right? Secondary. Anyways, that's my thought process. The devs hear it. I mean, if they do, they do. If they don't, they don't. It doesn't matter to me. I I will give my honest opinions no matter what. And if the devs were to ask me those honest opinions, I would try to be able to say what I just said, but I can't guarantee I would. Um, but that's my thought process, is that things need to be accessible. Because with accessibility comes more people touching on things, right? And then not only that, but you find more bugs that way. They know this already. They're game developers for a long time, right? So they're more than aware of these facts. But sometimes you need to be reminded of the things that are obvious in order to kind of recenter your focus, right? You are a chisel. Well, that's one less thing that I need, because thank you, foraging. Now, if you could line up and just give me how to gen, the blacksmithing, or actually, I have blacksmith knowledge. I probably don't need the blacksmithing mag. Give me a metalworking punch and some tongs. Can you forage a full generator? I've never foraged one before, but can you? Is it in the list? You know, a full gas tank, a full jerry can, something like that. While we're asking the RNG gods for random things, right? Yeah, the devs have stopped in and visited me from time to time. Sometimes I don't even know they're devs, though. That's the weird part. It took me... Last time I seen one of the devs, I did not clue in. Until later. And then I was like, oh wait, that's one of the PZ devs. Oops. I like the PZ devs. They're chill folks. The interesting thing though as well is that wanting all of these things, the flow of the game and all those improvements, it's good and all, but also it's difficult to come from a perspective of someone who's new when you're a veteran. So I try to bear that in mind, that it's if I was playing the game for the first time, how would I approach it? And how did I approach it? Like long time ago when I actually first started playing Zomboid. Outside of learning things from the community and evolving from that way as well. And then having my information corrected a lot of the time by the folks that know the answers. Meanwhile, while also learning things myself through trial and error. Just one of those things, you know? Nice. Okay. Oops. We'll get my squats up, and then we'll get push-ups, sit-ups done as well, and then I'm gonna start really focusing into push-ups a lot. 'Cause I've got a plan. I've got a plan. It just requires strength. Got a plan, Arthur. It just requires strength and faith. The first thing first, though, is just to get the regularity up. I don't care about XP at the moment. It's just regularity. I don't have time to get inside. Oh, we're in agony. I just realized something that the Long Dark and Zomboid have in common is that they both of them have teas that don't spoil. For those that don't know, you can make tea in Zomboid as well as other beverages, and they don't spoil. And it's good. I feel like that's good. A good mechanic. Because they offer you bonuses, like a little bit of bonuses, right? But not like something that's ridiculous. It could be game saving though in some instances. Good to carry a tea or a coffee with you in a cup. Oh yeah, I forgot there's this thing. What was in the trash? Should be here. Must be an accident that I put them there. Okay, I'm gonna run these out to the front line. Of course, we're gonna probably take them much further, but they're valuable pieces of sleeping gear, as well as a crafting station. And I'm probably gonna briefly AFK to refill my tea because it is empty, and it has been that way for like a little while. Now we'll run this stuff out there. This is quite the run. At least on the way back, it'll be a lot more. We'll probably just walk on the way back. So you can do your fishing montage or your fitness montage. I mean, it's a bit of both, isn't it? Fishing and fitness. You can montage on both. Today, I'm gonna go from. Well, I was earlier. We were, you know, I think we were level 1 strength and level 1 fitness. We're gonna be going to a larger amount though. Today's really gonna be a marathon. I am going to get all the way out of the 0 to hero section and as best I can. Which means if I've got to speed through a full in-game year of fitness and strength, I will be doing it. Collecting as much as I can from foraging and fishing as I'm capable. And if we happen upon certain key items, I will break away from what I'm doing to go and deal with said key items. So some examples would be a sack to go and get sand. If I get a carton of nails, I will be doing carpentry. As well as building everything, all the things. I will build everything, but I can't without nails. A box of nails would take me far, but a carton of nails is just I don't need to think about nails for a long time. So hopefully your run's going good, Molly, and hopefully you had fun playing that new zombie game today. I've been seeing it a lot, and I've been enjoying it from what I've seen. It's really cool. I hope you have all the luck. All the luck. Yeah, once we get back to the house is when I'll do a brief AFK to grab some tea. Oh, bottle is not. I put it away. Dang. That tree took down 2 axes. This one's very tanky tree. There we go. Let's see, put this there. Go. Very peaceful. Oh, I forgot. I got a BRB. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab myself some tea. Almost forgot. Oh no, I win this timer. Alright, let's focus. Thank you for the wellness check. You panic to sleep. Oh, this is that. Can't wait for another month to go by so that I don't have to worry about that. So what's happening is the room is just on the cusp of being large enough to not trigger the claustrophobia, but it is triggering claustrophobia. So it stays at tier 2 panic and just stays there if you have it. Research to learn how to do the carved fork. This jacket in there, and we'll keep on the pants for just a moment and see if I can keep them on, but the goal will be to finish the regularity for squats as well as to cap off the regularity for burpees again. And then we'll work on push-ups and sit-ups next. Those ones are often faster than the other two. Because I do them in the order that I do them, they just feel faster. It could be because burpee regularity does kind of have some crossover with the other ones, a little bit. But I don't know. It could just be coincidence, though, as well. I'm not sure. It just feels like they go a lot faster than burpees do. Too fast. Don't like it. Are we gonna push tier 2 agony? Yep. Actually, one second before we do that. Let's catch some fish just a little bit. Oh, that's a weird cast. I kind of was hoping it would come on the other side. I hope that they added in so that when you catch a fish with fishing, that it slows down the thing so that you can. Because I suck at timing with this fast forward fishing. I really don't like it. Oh, it slammed itself into the shore. Awkward. I actually like playing the fishing minigame, though, so let's try it from here. There we go. See, this is why I don't do that. It just messes with fishing too much, I think. It causes the fish to bite less, maybe? I don't know. Time controls do weird things sometimes with the game. When you speed up time, some things interact strangely. A very good example would be the pathfinding of the zombies gets broken a little bit. Um, Another one is that if you're going to start a fire, do it on 1 time speed. Don't do it on high speeds because you get less chances, as well as it burns your exertion like so much faster if you try to increase the speed. Um, there's a few other like weird things that happen with time controls that basically cause the game time to go forward and save you some real life time as a result. But in game time, you're losing time in a way, or gaining it if you really want to think of it like that. It increases your survival time overall, which is nice, but it like wastes the in-game time essentially. Apologies. I do know most of the time I can be successful in that, or sometimes, but I still feel bad when I cough and sneeze and stuff. Did you have a good birthday? And very generous, and they were buying you drinks? Oh, that's good. Hopefully then you get some good rest, right? Are you currently imbibed? If you're currently imbibed, you should maybe drink some water. But then afterwards, you know, hopefully you get some rest. Happy birthday. Let's put that there. Should be able to finish off my squat regularity. Pretty good. Okay, that's good then. Glad that you're well. Currently, I am going to train my character to be a lot stronger so that I can then fight the zombies. That's my goal right now. And then in my Discord, I have a poll going on for interest in games, just to see what folks are interested in. I had somebody suggest recently that I should play Baldur's Gate 3. But I'm kind of wanting to watch Emma play that one. Maybe. You felt perfectly... Okay, that's good. It's an amazing game? Yeah, I've heard that. And I watched a couple friends play a little bit of it, but I didn't want to, you know, go into it and, like, I didn't want to spoil too much, so I just kind of, like, put them at low volume and continued my stuff. Because that's what I'll do sometimes, so that I don't spoil anything for myself. Because I like going into playthroughs not knowing what's going to happen. Or if I'm going to play, like, watch Emma play a game, it's nice. Because then you kind of, like, especially when the writing gets, like, you think it's going to go one way and then it doesn't. And it just goes, like, completely off the rails. And you're just like, oh, wow. And then it takes you on a trip, right? Off the rails. Go. Yeah. And just like I said, we've finished our squats regularity. Now we're done with that. I don't have to worry about that for a bit. I can go get my character some sleep. And then we've only got 2 sets of regularity left to get, which is push-ups and sit-ups. And once the regularity is done, then that's it. I don't have to worry about getting, like, regularity anymore. It's about XP after that. So we'll be leveraging the highest forms of XP that I can get out of each of the things so that I can get to places a little bit quicker. My goal is actually going to be to get to strength 5 or 6, which is a lot to do in one sort of sitting, but I'm going to try my best. It's definitely going to be hard. There we go. Just smashing a skull really quick. We also need to do carving up. We also need foraging up. I need my fishing up. There's like a lot of things I need to level. Okay, your monster manual to work right now. Oh, okay. Are you sure you can't find the monster manual via some like other sources? Like in my opinion, if you already own something, finding it via another source is fine. It's like an online-y thing. I don't know. There's usually they exist in like online formats. It's still unstable. There's still aspects of 42 that needs a lot of work, but I would say that if you like Project Zomboid, playing 42 is actually really, really good. It's fun, it's good. There's quite a lot of bugs though. There's some that can get you killed that you should be aware of, but that said, it is a good time and I do very much enjoy it. And it's been fun relearning the game kind of again from scratch. My knowledge of the previous game mechanics helps, but it doesn't it's not uh like exact. Does that so it is very much like learning the game again, kind of. And things can change in an instant. So what I could know today may falter tomorrow, you know? Nope. You're looking good for next week's D&D though, right? Just I might as well ask now while I'm thinking about it. Have a good one. Oh, the session of style that I was thinking about. Okay, yeah, sounds good. So it sounds to me like you're good for next week. Okay, that's good. Then we'll yeah, I'm gonna think about what because I know you were asking our opinions and stuff. I will have the answers for you eventually. But you enjoy whatever it is you're up to. Ta. I am gonna work Higgins to the bone for a little while. That is what he's going to do. He is gonna be fitness and strength king here in a bit. I don't normally go beyond 3, but today is a day that I want to go beyond 3. Roughly each day we can get around 1,000 to 2,000 XP depending on the day and how much of it we can give up to XP gains. If I really push it, we should be able to get to level 5 within a couple of in-game months. And then I don't have to think about it anymore. Can I make it inside in time? Let's try. Nope, I have to sleep now. Please don't be too cold. Because we were about to go to tier 2 pain, and at tier 2 pain and above, you can't sleep. It keeps you from sleeping. And now we're in agony, so... The way that I tell I'm foraging, by the way, is this little tiny thing here lights up when you're foraging. So, I know I'm foraging because that's lit up. It's these little vanilla things help. See, and if it's off, like that, it means I'm not foraging. When you can't see the circle so well, which my circle is here. You can see it. It's just very faint because I prefer that. Um, mint. On-screen celebration. I do very much appreciate. I actually get to see this one on my other monitor. That's kind of cool. They put a bunch of little royal tomato frogs everywhere. That's cool. Do appreciate. Hopefully you're having a good day. Yeah. Oof, my arms are hurting though. That's what push-ups do to you. They really hurt your arms. Nice rope. Oh. What I do for that is I will split them people up between monitors. And then I usually have one monitor dedicated to my work. So it varies. I was having monitor trouble at one point in time though, where I had to constantly disconnect monitors, reconnect monitors. I think it was a power supply issue. It works much better now for some reason. Maybe it was a cord issue, like hardware, I don't know. But it seemed like a power supply issue before. Uh-oh. Sorry. Wave at the other people for me. I like them. They're all great folks. Did you get the sand sorted out? No, I died instead. Which is fine. So we gotta keep, like, I gotta re-establish and, oh, don't worry about it. I never ever am. I think of Zomboid like a Super Mario. I die? Okay, well, let's start another run. What's this? A Lunar New Year card. And some eye tracker that'll activate the monitor that you're looking at. You probably could get a setup like that going, but and I know of someone who has like a they won some kind of lottery like a long time ago, and they have like a full on gaming chair setup where the monitors actually like come down over like it's all attached to the chair. They can sit in the chair, and it's like all of the keyboard and everything is it's all attached to the chair. Everything. So it's like a gaming chair. And it's like a three monitor setup on the chair. It's really cool setup. It was like yeah, it's expensive, but they said they don't want to go back to regular gaming in a regular chair, um, unless they have to. But like it was better for them overall. It made the gaming experience, but it's expensive. It's like you know, the traditional gaming setup can be established very quickly. If you're doing a traditional streaming setup, it's a little bit more expensive, and then that setup is like double a streaming setup, depending on how hard you go on your streaming setup, of course. No, it's they said that if I'm ever in the area, that they'll give me that I'll get to try it. And I was like, oh, cool. But it all depends. I'd have to. That's they live across the country, so I don't. It'd be if I'm visiting folks over there, it'd be cool. But I don't expect that I'll be going over there anytime soon. Like it's not, it's not priority. My priority is to move in with Emma. That's a high priority thing. But it still would be cool to try it, I think. I don't think that I would be as good for that setup though, because I fidget too much. I am a fidgety gamer. I constantly, like even right now, I'm sitting cross-legged on the chair. My feet will fall asleep, and then I have to like sit with my feet on the ground for a bit, and then sometimes I have one knee up. Sometimes, I'm constantly moving around. I can't stop. That's one of the reasons why I was worried about the hand tracking a little bit, being able to toggle it, because I was scared that maybe my knees and stuff would trigger the hand stuff. Thankfully, though, that's not the case. So it is interesting, though, to say the least. I'm still getting used to the whole hand stuff. I need to practice it more, and that's a problem that I don't practice it enough. Is mint not one that you can? Nope. I guess not. You can't try mint. It's a wild herb, but it's not in the herbs section. Interesting. Anything less than 6 months is new. Yeah, it's one of those things that's interesting. I'd give it a try, though. I think it would be fun to use a gaming setup like that. I don't think it would be for me, though. Like something that I could, like, when the way that we're setting up the PC in Sweden is similar setup to my current setup. The only difference is the hardware is better, because I'm essentially Emma's setting up her old PC, and we upgraded Emma's PC. So Emma's got a brand new PC, and I'm getting the older one, but it's better than my current one. So, but I'd prefer that, because I'd prefer Emma have the better quality, because Emma very much has issues with things being low frame rate and low resolutions and a bunch of other things. Like she doesn't mind quality, like the game quality being like that, but if there's frame issues, or if a game is framey, it causes Emma stress. Oh no. Yeah, I'm very keen on that stuff. I'm looking forward to it. It's one of like the biggest things that's gonna happen this year. And every month so far, like gradually, I've been reducing the amount of stuff I have in this area, like specifically, as well as in general, marking things that I want to put into storage. So, with luck, it'll all go well. And with luck, the Swedish government isn't going to be mean with my paperwork. Because they could. They could very well be mean and say no, and I really hope not. I'd be kind of, like... I feel like... I feel like they're getting a good deal. Kind of. Of course, that preference is very biased. There's research on you. The absolute worst case scenario is that streaming doesn't end up being a good profession for me when I get to Sweden, right? And that I end up having to try and start a business there, which wouldn't be too bad, to be quite honest, because, you know, improves things. Or I could fall back on any of the previous experiences that I have, which is good. You know, it's always good to have backup plans. Fingers crossed, though, that it works out. There's certain aspects of streaming, though, that I need to work harder on here come in the near future. And I'm getting there. It's taking time, though. Stuff that I've never thought I would have to think about. Not a bad thing, though. And I get things done. Yeah, I get things done. I try my best, always. Being dedicated, being responsible, those are good quality traits. getting things done. Now that right there is like 5-star trait. I get some things done, but there's a lot of projects that I leave half finished, unfortunately, because ADHD go burr. That's that's genuinely it. Hyper focus can be a problem because I start to lose interest in stuff, and I'll start focusing really hard on something else that has more interest, and other things will fall by the wayside. I like fall behind the bed, and then I, see them, and I'm like, oh yeah, that, and then I'll maybe refocus on it for a while, but it depends. No. Ooh, that's a hard one. If I found a box of nails and a sack, I would immediately try to create blacksmithing stuff so that we can start making nails. And then once I can make nails, well, I'll make myself a few boxes of nails. And then once I have a few boxes of nails, well, that means that I can upgrade to better fencing that's cheaper. Um, as well as I can start progressing into better weaponry. Because I wouldn't need to focus on having, the weaker weapons. I could actually upgrade to the better weapons. I know where there's some animals as well, or like at least it's like high chance there's animals there. So, and I could kind of leverage my knowledge of where animals are on the map to ditch this area completely, sort of cycle my way around the map, checking farmsteads, looking for animals. Like some of the ones that are outside of Rosewood, some of these farmsteads over here. There's cows usually in this area, stuff like that. Like I would start very much heavily searching for animals around the map, specifically to get leather. Because I would want the bellows. Like I would want the advanced forge. I wouldn't settle for anything less. But it would require me to actually have forged up a box of nails. The game if it does that will completely shift my priorities. But thankfully it won't do that. Probably. Probably won't do that. It would not ruin my plans, but I would do a complete shift in my entire game plan and be forced to kind of deal with it. But yeah, after that, after I'm able to create weapons and armors and all that stuff, um, we would find the most comfortable layout for away gear, and then we would use that. And then the long blade training would begin. Because when I used long blades, it was fun. Like, it really was. We would go back to the way of the sword. Even without the books, I don't care. It's just fun running around with long blades. Okay, so what do I want to do? If we forage... But yeah, we can speed level a lot of the things here. I'm not worried about those things. These things take time, though. That's the thing. Fitness and strength without fighting the zombies takes time to level. And I want to get to level 5 strength. So it's a 1 times multiplier. Hello. Your name makes me think of that game that Rural's playing right now. Or he might not still be playing it. He might have swapped off, but it's like a magic school game and it looks really cool. I'm thinking about getting it. That's one of the games that I classify under other. Is like it's a game that I could see myself enjoying. Like you get to build your own magic school, and like and you could like name your wizards after the chat and or other stuff. Like it'd be kind of cool. But our day's going really well. We're getting our fitness and strength on gradually. Our arms are starting to not be as in pain. We've got 2 out of 3 of our regularities maxed already. So we did burpees and squats. Now I'm working on push-ups, and we're about halfway through push-ups, nearly. And then we've got sit-ups to do, finish burpees off, and then we're going to be on the fitness grind for a little while, is the plan. Because when I leave this area, I want our character to be a lot better than our previous character was. Because relying on the fences is not as useful for me. I realize that I'm not that great on fence combat. Like, they're great and all, like, and it's a good way to have combat, but I don't need to use fence combat, so I shouldn't. Outside of using spears, I think, in the future, I might do fence combat with spears. The reason being is the spear down attack is a lot more... Here, I'll show it, actually. So when you down attack with a spear, it's a lot more smooth. You see? Than, say, doing like a down attack with these. Yeah, no, I know Sabrina Spellman with her cat Salem and her aunts. Yeah. Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Did I just like gain some rapport? Is that because I watched a TV show? It's good, huh? It was a good TV show. Salem was hilarious. It's like a... Did you see the episode where he got his body back briefly? Cause he's cursed. He's cursed. He's not allowed to have a body. He's got to be a cat. I like that episode. Don't remember? Oh, it's been a while then? Okay, yeah. It's a great show though. Fantastic show. That was it on the same time as Sailor Moon? I think Sailor Moon and that one were on similar time frame in my brain. They're both great shows. Is the new one any good? Would you recommend it? Because I do write down the suggestions you guys have, and uh, I suggest them to Emma later. Like, and we decide if we're gonna add them to our list because we have a huge list of anime, movies, and other such things. So like TV series. We're gonna watch Breaking Bad at some point because I've still never seen that, and I was told it was really really good. But I've seen the memes. So like Walter White laying on the ground, Jesse Pinkman doing the you can't keep getting away with it thing. Stuff like that. You liked it? Okay, well I'll write it down then. Because I don't have a Netflix account often, but I have in the past. It's a huge pain in the ass to cancel that, by the way. They make it annoying. There's a lot of websites and companies that make their canceling their stuff very difficult. Thankfully, it's just one phone call to your bank though, and you can be like, "Yeah, don't have money go out to this." And then they cancel your account for you, which is not good, but it's not a good way to go about it. But if they're going to be annoying and canceling stuff, like they bring it on themselves. It should be explained how you can cancel a subscription, and it shouldn't be difficult. Ah, The Sopranos. Ah, Sopranos, Gilmore Girls. There's a lot of really, really good older-ish shows. I say older, but they're not like The Young and the Restless, but like, you know what I mean? Not that that's like Gilmore Girls is your favorite. Well, kudos. It's been up there for me. Charmed is another one. I'm sure you like that one. Um, you're watching the reruns last night? Yes. I'm glad. Reminds me that those shows brought joy to a lot of folks, and I enjoyed them too. Yeah, they do. They really do. They've since aged, but that's what happens with time, right? 1998. I like those shows. Good times back then. Simpler times. This'll. Some folks are just really, really good in their roles. was thinking about the actor that played. I can't remember right now, but the name of the actor nor the character. But I did very much like him when he was in the Fantastic Four. Um, when he played Doctor Von Doom. I remember the characters like it was a demon in Charmed. What was his name? He's like one of the sisters' love interests. The angel guy's name was Leo. I remember that. It was yeah. His name was it's on the tip of my tongue. Don't worry. I figure it out eventually. Um uh, I liked him in the Fantastic Four as well. Yeah, his name as a demon was something like that, like Balthazar or something. Like yeah. What was what was his name though? His name as in Cole. Yes, yes, yes. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. You can go back to lurking if you prefer. I do appreciate you. I just thank you. Yes, 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 yes. It's Cole. Oh, and I like some of the scenes with him in the graveyard when he was being quippy. He's got such a wit. His wit was so good. His 5-star wit. Uh yeah, they were good. They were solid. You love Charmed? It's a great series. Yeah, I very much enjoyed it. I haven't seen it in ages. I'm tempted to ask Emma to watch it with me, but like, I mean, it's one of those things where I'm nervous about rose-colored glasses and going back and watching it and being like, I don't know if I enjoy this as much as I did when I was much younger. But it's like, probably would. I like that kind of stuff. I like magic and all those kinds of things. I think they're neat, although feasibly, and my brain gets all over logical. But I've been enjoying the MCU. It popped up for like 2 episodes, and you probably had a good time. Do you ever like remember when you seen that episode? You remember like maybe you were sitting on the couch, or maybe you're sitting on the carpet, and you're just like maybe you had some snacks. I frequently will go back to those points in my mind when I'm watching something I've seen before, where it'll put me back there, and I'll get to relax and be there for a little bit. It's kind of nice. But yeah, Cole. Cole is his name. Yeah, he was cool. He was a cool demon. And then he became like something. No spoils though for people that haven't seen it. If you haven't seen Charmed, it's a hell of a time. Even when, and once again, no spoils for the people that haven't seen it, but when I'm trying to word this very carefully, the sisters change, right? They are different. No spoilers, but the people that know. But yeah, that whole thing, they handled it really well in the real life versus the show. But in the show's canon, it was pretty well handled in my book. But yeah, I'm trying to word that is it's tough. Like it's tough because I don't want to spoil it if somebody wants to go watch it because it's a good series. Like it's a good show. 5-star. Did enjoy. Well, makes me think that I've watched quite a lot of really lengthy series, but yet for some reason One Piece still is intimidating to me. It is so many episodes, but then again, I know people are very passionate about it, the people that have watched it and enjoy it. So there's a couple of the big animes that I've not watched, right? I've watched Dragon Ball Z and Super and all of that. I've watched Naruto, Shippuden. I didn't watch Boruto. I've seen a couple snippets of clips, but I've not seen Boruto, so I don't know. But I did watch Shippuden and I did watch Naruto. So, um, I have never seen Bleach and I have never seen, what's it called? One Piece. Those are the two big ones that I've not seen, right? Because there's the big three. I like to think of it as the big. Sorry, yeah, it's the big three, right? Dragon Ball Z, or well, it's just Dragon Ball in general. Naruto and One Piece is the big three of anime. All the other animes offside of that are really good, but they don't quite have the weight of the big three. That's not to say that they're not as good in terms of quality, because I've seen some animes that are absolutely phenomenal. They've made me cry. They're so good. But and there's some that are arguably better than those three, especially in their writing. An example probably would be Full Metal Alchemist, Brotherhood being phenomenal. But my point stands that those three are, when you think anime, you think those three in the forefront. But yeah, so there's those. Then there's the cartoons I used to watch, and then the like not reality, but like I mean real shows. You know what I mean? Like dramas, like Friends. Friends was a good show. There are times where 90210, yeah, 90210, Melrose Place. What other ones were there? There was uh Dynasty. Dynasty is good. Um, Vikings is one that I've heard of that's on my list to watch. I heard Vikings is good. And then everybody's talked about Game of Thrones. I've read a bit of the books, but I Game of Thrones is one of those ones that I stayed away a little bit because it wasn't done. Like it was still working on it. You have that one on your list to watch? Which one, Vikings or Game of Thrones? Because from what I heard, Vikings is really good. But I don't know. Game of Thrones. Okay. I heard Game of Thrones is fairly good too. But also that, it varies. Hello, Barry. How are you? Are you having a good day? How goes things in Berryland? The land of the berries. Look, Barry shows up and there's some berries right there. I'm having a good day. Making some progress. My goal today is to be ready for combat. That is the goal for today. I'm going to make this character combat ready by grinding the stats as long as I can until I feel like he's ready to do combat. Which normally would be 3, but given the fact that I've died twice recently, I'm going to be reestablishing much more carefully this time. Basically, the game's given me a helping of humble pie, and as much as I've been careless in those senses, I need to focus it. The bringer of berries, indeed. Brought all the berries. Wrong. Need to go and put that there. Something that I learned as well about, in case folks are curious, versus bundles versus sticks. They're good to store as bundles for less, like, you know, they take up less space. But if you're going to put them in your fire, put them in the fire as sticks. Because, as twigs, I mean. Because, apparently, if you compare them... Here, I'll show you guys, actually. Do I have enough? Well, here, look. Destroy for fuel. Bundle of twigs. 1 hour. You guys can't see it. What? Destroy. Curses? I'm in the way. How do I... Like this. Nope. Let's try it like that. There we go. Bundle of twigs. You see it's 1 hour and 20 minutes, right? Now if I unbundle the twigs, and we destroy all 12 twigs individually, 1 hour and 36 minutes. You guys still can't see. Dang it. There you go. See? 12 twigs, 1 hour and 36 minutes. You get 16 minutes more if they're not bundled. I found that out today and was disappointed because I had been burning a handful of the bundled twigs thinking that it was better. And I'm like, oh, apparently we're supposed to unbundle them. Makes some sense because, you know, they'd have a little bit of air between them a little bit, I guess. And maybe that would increase the longevity of the flames, or I don't know. I'm making up weird headcanon that's probably just, nobody checked the math on it. That's probably the real answer. But, you know, I like to give the benefit of the doubt where I can. It's one of those weird ones, right? Like, I try my best, but it's one of those things that sometimes people just don't, you know, they make mistakes and they don't check things, and that's fine. Or maybe it's intentional, like I said. I don't know. I didn't make it in time. Unfortunate. It's okay, though. We're down to 80? How did we get down to 80? I ate fish not too long ago. We've not been moving around that much. I mean, kind of, I guess, but... Dropped down calories significantly. I run back and fish, I guess. I didn't realize. Oops. Hmm. 15 centimeter walleye. Not bad. How much do you weigh? Nice. Put a bit of you on there. Did I fall asleep? I mean, I was thinking about it. But no, we're good. Don't worry. If I fall asleep on stream, I'm sure Emma can remote into my PC and shut it off, so it'll be fine. Probably. Maybe. Maybe not, though.
You're amazing!
I'm sure somebody would shut me off. Like, for shut it off or something. Like, can the mods do that? I don't know. I've never fallen asleep on stream before. I've fallen asleep gaming with friends before, though. That's a little awkward to explain. Because, it's a particularly boring Overwatch round. Hello. If I went to sleep. Like, I mean, obviously I didn't accept the queue, so I was kicked out of the party and stuff, but it was so boring. Like, that particular batch of Overwatch was just some of the most boring that I've ever played in my life. It was, like, very, very boring. And I've also fallen asleep while gaming with Emma, and, but that's more common, though. I did say hello, right? I think I did. Hello if I didn't. Um, the, um, the reason why it's more common for me to fall asleep with Emma is because Emma's my safe space. I will fall asleep with Emma very frequently because it's the place that I feel the most comfortable, right? So. I've probably fallen asleep countless times while we're playing. But Emma knows. Emma knows when I go to sleep or when I'm seemingly not coherent anymore. And she'll stop playing. Gifted a tier 3 sub to Mary Jane. I do very much appreciate. It's extremely generous. Enjoy your tier 3 sub, which is essentially like you get extra emotes as well as you get the other stuff, which is the ad-free viewing and uh, uh, the channel point uh, increase, as well as it's the other thing. Um, the ad-free viewing and emotes. Yes, frog emotes. Sorry, it's just yeah. You can listen to the soothing voice. Yeah. It's just is a tier 3. Very, very generous. Do appreciate. Go enjoy your spoon. For those that are curious about my badges, I do for the badges for Twitch, I do short blades are my favorite weapon in Zomboid. So all of the weapons as you progress are there. So outside of the new ones, which actually I'll probably put in the handcrafted dagger as the next year one. So, you know, spoons at first, and then you gradually will get a more and more sharp weapon. Even the ones I dislike are in there too, which is like, I guess I don't dislike it as much anymore because it's actually, you can melt it down now. But I used to dislike the letter opener. It used to be my least favorite of the short blades because there would be many a time where I would confuse the letter opener and the kitchen knife, even though they don't look at all similar. Okay, let's see. All right, we're good. We can start fitnessing again. Oh, I gotta take off the jacket and the pants. Yeah. Raccoon Ralphie is very, very kind. Been a crazy big supporter of not just myself, but I do see you around supporting other creators and do very much appreciate that. So, because I wander around a lot, like a lot, especially when I'm working and paperwork's boring and I can kind of enjoy a couple of streams while I'm doing stuff. So, I see you making your rounds. Then, do I have a Discord server? Yeah, I do. Exclamation point Discord. There you go. Here's my abode. And then if you're interested in the rat race, the rat race actually has its own Discord. So that's my Discord. And this is the rat race's Discord. And then there's some other commands there if you're interested in them as well. But my bot is Nucleus Bot, is a custom bot created by my friend the Elm. He's working on more features when he gets time as well. But I like Nucleus Bot, it's neat. It's something that Elm's been working on for years and years. Oh yeah, one of us, 100%. Put my clothes on. right? Fuck. I knew I heard something. We're gonna muscle strain. Yeah, we can fish instead. Oh, no, we can't. Fuck. Well, I might be able to see the bubbles. This is the first time that you're seeing this game, but something told you to click on it, and you don't regret it. I'm glad. This game is called Project Zomboid. It is essentially a Sims 1 mod that became its own game, and then, gradually they've improved it and changed it and made it wonderful. It's its own thing that is amazing. Fantastic game. Essentially, it's The Sims 1 in a zombie apocalypse with RuneScape style leveling system, which they've been gradually working on some of the progression, and we're currently in the early access of Build 42. I'm playing Build 42.7. There is a stable build as well that is Build 41 that it has is a little bit different than Build 42 because they're trying to implement a bunch of new things. So I'm playing in the newest version of the game that will be released eventually in a stable format, but currently it's unstable, which means that play at your own risk. Saves might break. There's going to be a bunch of stuff that's not working right. It's fine. And we're giving feedback to the devs and trying our best to push forward and see how things can go, right? Make the game really, really great. The devs are working hard, the community's working hard, and then we're playing a very difficult challenge run called the Great Spiffo Rat Race, which is essentially has three objectives. The first objective is to kill 1,000,000 zombies. The second objective is to have a perfect character, and the third objective is to secure and create outposts in 13 points of interest around the map, which is kind of cool. It gives us something to do that is excessive and difficult, and they're basically three impossible challenges. The 1,000,000 kills is the big one that everybody is sort of chasing at the moment. But the perfect character and the 13 points of interest, while not as appealing to everyone, is one of the things that's going to be very difficult as well. Because one of the points of interest outside of the churches, because there's 12 churches, one of the points of interest is the military base in the woods. So the is it the Hog Wallow something forest? But it's this military base over here is yeah. I was gonna mark it, but I'm like, I should mark it red if I'm gonna mark it, so I won't mark it yet. I can't really see the water all that well. It looks like we're not kicking directly to agony though. So currently I am working on my character's fitness and strength because there's a mechanic in Build 42 called Muscle Strain that is going to cause your character to not be as good in combat. Is this PC only or console? It's PC, but you can play it on the Steam Deck. I don't remember if it's I remember some folks saying that the controller stuff is not as good right now, but they might work on it maybe. It does exist though. You're gonna want keyboard and mouse for a lot of the inventory stuff because otherwise it might get annoying. But that said, they are working on things, and it is a build that's in progress, right? Eventually they'll have everything sorted, but and the game's been in production for like a little bit over a decade, so they do the best they can. Also, at one point in time, a laptop was stolen, and the devs actually got set back considerably because that laptop had some very important code on it. So they ended up losing a portion of their data, which sucks a little bit. But they do the best they can. The PC devs are great. You want to try this game? I know that there's a handful of folks that give it out from time to time. So if you keep an eye on the Zomboid community, that there are sometimes folks that give it away. Sometimes it's in bundles as well. I've seen it in a handful of bundles. And actually, I got it on sale when it was on like some kind of or in a bundle. I don't really remember. It was a long time ago. Like for me, it was in my library for ages, and I didn't really even think very much of it comparatively to a lot of other games. I played it for a little bit, but it didn't really catch my interest until a couple of years ago is when it really caught my interest. Mostly because I was coming off of a relationship with another video game. I know that sounds kind of weird, but it's I used to play another game religiously, and that other game was Overwatch. I used to play it all the time. Um, but the game was not going in a direction that I wanted, so I was looking for something to fill that gaming like space. Um, and during that time, I played a couple other games. Like I tried League of Legends and was very disappointed that they were making the same, if not worse, decisions than the Blizzard team was making. So I was like, okay, well that's not for me. So I'm gonna need to get out of that. And then I found Zomboid after that was because I was looking for a goal to achieve in Zomboid, and so then I stumbled upon a screenshot. I'm like, oh, I have that game, or I have I can get that goal maybe. Like I can shoot for that. It was Lamprey's screenshot for his 10-year game. Was kind of what got me into Zomboid more deeply. And then from there I kind of learned a ton, and now I play Zomboid a lot and enjoy it. It's a good game. We're already tier 2. I don't expect that we're going to be able to sleep. Yeah, I'd played Zomboid before, like before then. When I did play Zomboid before, I didn't do poorly, but I not even close to the skill level of jumping into time 16 and learning that. That was huge, doing that. Because it changes the way you play. You start prioritizing different things, you start focusing on different things, and you get a lot better at the game as a whole. You still die a lot, but like, I mean, you know, that's Zomboid in general. You always die in Zomboid. That's the point of the game, is that your fragile character is not the hero and will eventually become a zombie. Unless you kill all the zombies, which nobody's done. Nobody has ever succeeded at killing all the zombies. Mostly because there's over 1 million zombies. At least on time 16. There have been some people that claim that they've done the regular map, but that's not true for 2 reasons. First reason is that they've claimed to do it on Apocalypse, which if you do the Apocalypse, say like just an Apocalypse save, you can't kill all the zombies because they have respawn. So already that's false. And then the other one is if they did it with the zombies respawn turned off, that would be a doable feat, at least I believe, but there's no proof to back it up at the moment. So it's one of those things where it's still not been done. At least not to my knowledge. Definitely doable, though. I need Sleepy to kick up one more. Because be in agony. There we go. But being in agony doesn't matter if you're sleepy. And there goes the agony. Gone. Oh, yeah, it's definitely a really fun sandbox game, and you can play it in any way you want. It's one of those things where nobody's ever really going to be like, oh, you're playing on easy mode. No, they're going to be like, you're having fun in Zomboid. That's it's a sandbox. You do whatever you want. Nobody's super critical about other people's settings. Whether you play with zombies on, zombies off, um, you play with multi-hit or no multi-hit. Some people play with the infection just to bites, which is, that's good because they feel like it's more realistic to their zombie like their perspective of zombies. I definitely recommend the game, but from a very positively biased perspective. So, um, there are some criticisms for the game, I guess, kind of. A lot of folks are like there's a loud vocal minority of Zomboid community members that would say that the game is that they're like that's they want NPCs, they want a bunch of this other stuff that I think is a nice idea, but needs work. Like it's tough. Same for the multiplayer thing. I want the multiplayer to exist, but at the same time, I'm worried that there's going to be a lot of problems with it. And I would rather that it be a polished multiplayer than a broken, no fun multiplayer, right? So I'm holding my thoughts on that stuff. They know when to release that stuff. They'll release it when they need to. Hopefully they don't feel rushed. It's why they don't give time frames. Indie Stone doesn't give any time frames for when they're releasing things. They just kind of drop it when it's released. Come on, fish. I love this game. It's fun. There's a lot of stories that you can write with this game and a lot of role play potential. And even if you're not into that stuff, there's a lot of like combat and mechanics you can learn. Zomboid's a very wide pool of knowledge that you can kind of delve. It's not ridiculously deep, not like super duper deep, but it's, because like a large percentage of it is just, survival, defeat the zombies, make sure your area is safe, etc. Eat, manage moodles, manage calories. Yeah, it's definitely worth trying. And then if you find that it's either too hard or too easy, like you can raise the settings, you can lower the settings. It's because it's a sandbox game. And in the future, there will be more mods for it as well. Like it's kind of like Minecraft in a sense that people can kind of customize their game in many, many formats. Like even this run has a handful of mods. Most of them are display though. So like in the top right corner beside the clock, there is a XP bar that shows your last gained XP for certain skills. Um, the mini health panel on the bottom left is a mod. Um, some of the map symbols I have are mod, like a mod for map symbol plus. To, you know, oh, nice road. Very much for the raid. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. Do my little intro-y. Hopefully your run's going well. Yep. Thank you very much for the raid. If you're a raid after another raid, so like I gotta my shout outy thingy is on cooldown. I'm sorry. Wait for the helicopter right now. Oh, you're waiting for the helicopter. Okay. Nifty. Hopefully you get through it easy peasy. And thank you very much for the raid. Do very much appreciate. Hello. Go. I'm just gonna wait now, briefly while I just did my little intro though. Nice to meet you. I'll do it again, I guess. It shouldn't be too bad. You know, reintroduction, etc. Hopefully you had a good stream. Um, there we go. Did my little intro. Hopefully you had a good stream though. Yeah, there we go. My stream's going well. Making progress. Slow but sure. I'm playing the rat race. We did a bunch of Minecraft. It's first time back playing Minecraft in 5 years. I haven't played Minecraft since I played it with Elm and Kurumi just last year? And a few months ago? I don't know. My time warps and I have problems with it. But recently I played Minecraft with Kurumi and Elm and it was really fun. We were doing like a mod pack that had a bunch of neat stuff in it. I got my fill of Minecraft. It's one of those ones that I can kind of always go back to. Yep. Thank you for gifting a sub to Sirius, or sorry, Sirius. It's Sirius Wolf. I do appreciate. Enjoy your ad-free viewing as well as your frog emotes and your increase in channel currency if you earn that. Because some folks don't, but some folks do, and you know, so you'll be able to like do channel currency stuff. Okay, Higgins, let's use a node that's further away. I'd like to use this node, but it's hard. Well, there's one that's over there. But yes, hopefully you had fun. You haven't streamed since 2020, so you're learning it all over again. I'm hopefully it's going smooth for you, and that you're kind of getting back into it well. And hopefully you have fun. I'm not sure what got you away from streaming in the first place, but hopefully it wasn't too bad, and that you're able to get back into it full swing. You know, maybe you had to focus on schoolwork. Maybe your job was taking a turn and you really needed to focus on working. Perhaps you had some stuff that you had to deal with in your reality, whether it be family, friend related, or personal. You don't have to divulge any of it. I just am just like, I understand when that kind of stuff happens and that you kind of need to refocus. But it's nice to have a hobby and, hop back into streaming when you're able to. So kudos, and hopefully your Minecraft world goes really well. I haven't really unboxed my full Minecraft knowledge in quite a while. It's difficult to now though because the game's updated so much, so it's way different than I remember it. Yeah, exactly. It's good to have like a side like path that kind of gets you away from working because some folks can't help but overwork themselves. They just it's in their nature. They want to do a good job, and they want their business or they want their company to shine in the best way. Can relate. So like but it's good to have folks around you to remind you that you're human. Remember, you need to eat, you need to sleep, you need to rest, you need to have things that are fun to do, so that you're not driving yourself crazy with working too much. So remember to get yourself some self care, especially if you stream for a long time. Especially given that you're swinging back into it, it's gonna take its toll probably. So make sure to get some rest. What is human? Human is a state of needing to take care of many needs. I would opt out if I could, but I can't. I'm stuck in this state. I would definitely like if I could trade away some of my needs and turn them into wants, I would. But I don't know if I would do taste into because I like to taste things. I don't like eating. I find the process of eating laborious and boring. Um, but I like tasting. Tasting is lovely. So if I had to give up my eating, like by giving up tasting, I wouldn't do it because I still want to taste things. You said what is human, and I should have responded with that are we human or are we dancers song, like this one, that one. Enjoy your rest, enjoy your self care, and I will see you around. I'm sure. Oop, big fish. Yeah. You can tell based on the stance. Ta-da, 244, not bad. They still weigh 7, even though I cut them up to that degree. What's the biggest fish I caught? 200 and something centimeters. And it was still minus 340, weighed 45. It, you know, those are the limits of fishing. But it was like in the 200s. I don't remember because it's one of those things where I stopped caring about the centimeters of it, and I'm only thinking about the hunger and the weight. So then I know that I have to cut it up a certain amount. That said, though, it is pretty cool that they go up that big. I kind of wish that their hunger would match it, given the fact that you know, they are pretty large, but yeah, it's fine. Not a big deal. I suppose it would make fishing a little bit too strong if they did go up that high. But currently, like, I mean, like, pour that on the ground. Sorry. You have to cut one up like 8 times? Yeah, that sounds like you got a big one. You got a big fish. Give me... The reason why chopping firewood is actually pretty good is because it gives you the splinters, and then also it's worth a little bit more than the logs on their own. Mm-hmm. Nope. Foraging in my sleep, huh? Need to drop off the jacket. Get the gains. Go, go, go. We're on the last one now, which is regularity and sit-ups, which we should be able to do in 2 days, roughly. And then after that, push-ups non-stop for until I'm done. How many tree branches are there? 1. How strong are we? There we go. Nearly level 6 foraging. Well, of course you find comfrey. 12 degrees and it's going up. I thought it would only take us 2 days. Maybe a bit more than that. But it'll be done soon. This is the only bar of regularity I need to get up now. And then that's it. Then we're done looking at this bar and we'll start looking at this one up here. Because what will happen then is that I'm going to start focusing into one of the two, which actually it's going to be strength. We're going to be very hard focused on strength for the first little while to get strength to 5, which is something I didn't do last time. The reason I didn't do it last time was because, well, I wanted to get right to the combat. Also, we needed to get to the combat because I used Speed Demon in the previous playthrough. And I still have Speed Demon, it's just we don't have a working car this time. So not speed demoning is the right play. Hello, thank you very much for the raid. You very much appreciate. Go. Hopefully you had a good stream. Enjoying some games and, you know, having some fun. How goes your run? I'll do my brief little intro. And Claire stopped by? Yeah, Claire's great. That's good. How's my new run? It's going well. We're just in that stage in the early game where, you know, got to do the fitness grind. I'm getting all my regularities up, which we should be pretty much set on. We just need to do sit-ups. Once sit-ups are done, then we move forward. And then my plan is to push strength really hard to 5, and then start combat from there instead this time. And with luck, we'll be able to take the crossroads very quickly. I had a car alarm go off at the crossroads, but that's not even close to speed demon levels of zombies over there. So we'll be able to deal with it, I'm sure. Speed demon was much worse, so I'm not that worried about it overall. And hopefully your run's going well. Is there anything else happening aside from the 4-4? Like anything that's of major note that you've...
You're amazing!
Also, if you need to self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. I know our runs can sometimes take us on a trip, so if you need to get some food, get some rest, That's good too. I do appreciate the follow. Thank you. But we do anonymous follow so that folks can enjoy their lurk. If folks want to interact, they can. Chat's right there, and if you're watching a VOD later, then you can interact through the comments or whatever. You set off the wreck ambulance. I remember that. I was there for that. I seen. Because yeah, I do make my rounds as best I can. Like, you know, given my time frames and work schedule and other such things, I try my best. But they just keep coming and they just keep coming. That is time 16. They just keep coming and just keep coming and they just keep coming and they don't stop. They don't stop. Never ever stop. Yeah, they won't stop until one day. I promise you. So this is something that I can promise you, and I very much will promise you this. One day, they will stop coming. You'll kill like a handful of them, right? Just a few. Maybe it'll feel like you kill like a couple hundred, and then it'll feel like there's nothing left. It'll be empty, a ghost area. You'll run into. I'll put it like here. The first time I did time 16 and got a really really good run going, I went from killing on this road nonstop killing on this road, right here against West Point. This road here. I lived on this road for months. Sometimes it got so bad they pushed me back to the mansions, so I would come back here, keep killing, right? And then one day I went from here, and there just didn't feel like there was that many zombies. I went from this road all the way to Thundergas in one day. In a single day, I went from here to there. And there was no zombies. Not very many, like a handful, but that's it. Across the entirety. There was few zombies over here, but not many. And then I set up in the Gigamart, as well as in Twiggy's. Hey, look, they changed it on the map. This used to look different back when Twiggy's in the Gigamart, or it was Gigamart, Twiggy's gun store, and the gun store was over here. Did I have metas on? Yeah, not just metas. I actually had integration on, which means that people could call in helicopters and jets whenever they wanted. And they did. And that was very fun. I had people trying to kill me in the chat. It was hilarious. And not just that, but I set my integration on channel points as well. So people could save their channel points and spam it. It was great. They actually almost got me a couple of times
amazing.
too. But that run was my PB. Like it was my PB run. The best run I'd ever done. Thank you for the follows, by the way. I'm hoping that I'll beat my PB eventually. What was the final kill count? It was... There you go. 243,917. It is in build 41 in the top 10 for most killed zombies. It's going to take me a little while to get back there. Of course, those are the recorded runs. There's so many runs that are unrecorded because, you know, people don't stream or people didn't know I was taking scores back then. Just for fun. Like, it's meant to be for fun. If you want to see the whole historic scoreboard, you can. It's right here. So that's the Build 41 scoreboard if anybody wants to have a look. There's tabs on the sorry. There's tabs on the bottom that tell you the different categories that we played with, like that were, and there are probably some runs out there that have beaten some of those, but you know, those are the runs that I know of, and the runs that got turned in. It's meant to be for fun as well, so it's a sandbox game at the end of the day. It's not meant to be taken super duper seriously. But yep, I died katana in hand and frog hat still on. Yep, because I made a mistake. I nimbled into the zombies that were directly next to me, because I thought that I could. I was. It's the same thing that actually happened in my good rat race run, the 26K. It was preempt, is what I was doing with that movement. Is that I was getting ready to hit the next zombie, but you can see my katana swing not quite connect with the zombie that I wanted it to. And then also, I mistimed my movement, so the zombies grabbed me, and immediately I died. And the worst part about that dying in that way, I'm not salty about it at all. Actually, if you were to go back and watch, I'm really happy about that run and when it ended. I was relaxed and I felt relief because work was getting busy at that time, and I wanted to make sure that I wasn't so focused on. But at the same time, so it was fortunate that it happened when it did, but unfortunate at the same time because in the run, canonically, what I was going to do next was after I cleared that particular section, we were going to go back to West Point, which means I would have been in West Point. West Point was fully cleared. There were no zombies there except for Roz. And we were going to celebrate our 3 years with Roz and 3 cakes, where I would have baked my first ever zomboid cake. I ended up baking a cake in a different run, but my PB character never tasted cake. The final stage of grief of grief is acceptance. See, for me, it wasn't so much about acceptance. It was more about just like I was so happy and so relieved, but at the same time a little bit sad, but at the same time, I guess maybe it was grief. I don't know. It's weird. I loved that run. It was fun. Mm, does the frog have stats on it? No. It counts as not wearing a hat at all, kind of. It's insulation 0. It's got no bonuses. It's just cosmetic. Um, it was from a mod called Craftable Headgear, and when I seen it, if you want my honest first thoughts when I seen that hat, was this is really cute. I want to wear this. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine that I would base my entire channel around it. In a way. Not even like I like frogs. I really do. But it's like, and they're amazing. But it's coincidence. It's the thing, right? Because that run is why I have a frog hat. That's where my frog hat's from. Is from that run. That's when I did my channel rebrand a couple of years ago, and I stick with it. Like it's gonna stay the same. I'm not gonna rebrand again. Um, that's where my frog hat's from, and it's if I could have that mod again, like in updated form for build 42, I would be hyped. Because you thought my Foghat came before the mod. Nope. No, it didn't. My previous, because I didn't even think about the frog hat at first, when I first downloaded Craftable Headgear. When I first downloaded Craftable Headgear, it's because I was trying to make my run the same as Lamprey's run. I wanted to do Blood Bank Light. It was my first real attempt at Time 16 back then, aside, like, streamed, right? I'd played a little bit offline and failed a bunch offline. So, like, I did about, what was it? I did 3 runs on stream, and I did a handful of runs off stream. And off stream, I managed to survive for a couple of months. But on stream, my 3rd run is my PB. I went from having killed 10,000 zombies, 6 months survived, to surviving for nearly 3 years, over 200,000. It is a huge jump in skill level. And I felt really good about it. And I should, right? I felt like I'd learned quite a lot. The deep lore. You know quite a lot more about my lore than a lot of folks, Claire. That's the thing, right? Claire has gotten some of my deep lore, too. Like, pre-zomboid lore, if I remember right. It's because we do chat, us zomboiders. Us zomboid marathon folks, we're friends. I like to believe. I don't want to overstep my bounds, of course, but I'd like to believe that we're all friends. If not friends, at least colleagues in a way. Because I would never want to overstep my bounds on some folks, you know. I'd like to be like, assume that we're friends, but yeah. I appreciate the confirmation. Because I felt the same at one point. I was in a vintage story game with Rhett, and I'm like, I don't want to step on your toes, but are we friends? And he's like, of course we're friends. I was like, oh, thank goodness. Because I've had that happen before where I thought I was friends with someone and they told me that we weren't friends. And I was like, oh, okay. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. We can be like play games and stuff together and not be friends. That's okay. But it's like, yeah. I don't like the idea of overstepping my bounds. It's less adorable. Yeah, I'm sorry. Bad things happen sometimes, and that person's no longer around, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on your perspective. I liked them. I thought they were a nice person. They ended up not, like, they really didn't like me. And, which is fine. It's fine to not, jive with someone. If somebody sort of, their personality grates you a little bit, their voice maybe is slightly annoying to you or something, I get that. I'm not going to hold that against someone. I still think that they were a good person. It's kind of weird of them. I mean, it's fine. Maybe, like I said, I've had people tell me my voice is annoying. I've had some people say that my voice is soothing. It varies. Like, Emma says that my voice is nice. And I got a comment recently that my voice is androgynous, which is interesting. Interesting phrasing. Yeah, it varies, right? Everybody has their own perspective, and I'm not gonna be like, your perspective's wrong, because that's not true, right? It's not fair. It's not fair to them. Whether or not they agree with whatever I agree with it's besides the fact. I think that at the end of the day, they just didn't enjoy my style of gameplay. Because this was back in the Overwatch days, and they were struggling in ranking and stuff like that, and I did try to help, but no matter what kind of they were their own roadblock in a way, so you can't. They needed to work past themselves, and I did try to explain some of that, but it's hard, right? So maybe there was a little bit of bitterness in that as well, because you know, it's not the nicest thing to say to someone, I guess. Like, I mean, thinking back, but it was the truth. Like, I mean, I don't want to, didn't want to sugarcoat it because they wanted to get better. I'm gonna sneeze, I think, but I'm trying. I don't know. Okay, I win. I managed to mute in time, I think. Oh yeah, that's the thing, right? Sometimes people just won't get along with you. Other times they'll get along with you. That said, though, I try to be sure. Like if I'm friends with someone, and when someone has achieved friend status with me, it's friends for life. I don't. It's very seldom do I believe that a person that's my friend should no longer be my friend. Even if they were to wrong me in some way, it's fine. You know, people make mistakes. It's okay. Friends for life. Oh, if I, I don't want to call you out of lurk more than once, but I am curious if you've tried the new zombie game, Claire. The new one? There's a new zombie game. It's really cool. It's like a This War of Mine kind of looking game that's got like side scrolly elements. I've been tempted. Like I was thinking about it. I figure Claire's probably resting. You got too much PZ to play. I understand. I understand that. I feel the same way. After her PB ended. Yeah, I know, I know. There's a few folks that are rat racers that are jumping on it because they need a little bit of variety splash, as well as some folks. In fairness, Sui made it really really far, 4K plus. Like I mean, and unfortunate fencing. It is rough. It is rough for sure. I can feel that, but I know Sui will get back on it too. You're playing some Elden Ring? Yeah, I'd seen that a couple of folks have been hopping on the Elden Ring as well. I'm tempted because I haven't played a Dark Souls game since Demon Soul on the console. I have a controller somewhere. I haven't plugged it in since GTA days, back when I used to play Grand Theft Auto Online. Grand Theft Auto Online actually is now far behind Zomboid in terms of hours, but I did put relatively between 1,300 and 2,000 hours into Grand Theft Auto. I was efficient when it came to the making the monies by the end of it. I had millions upon millions of dollars and purchased lots of things. And I actually had a checklist that I was checking off all the clothing and all of the cars in the game. Like I was trying to buy everything, literally everything. And then, I was like, okay, well, I've made it far enough. I'm good. And then I kind of opted out because I found that a lot of times Rockstar just doesn't care enough. Their game could very easily have better security in on the mod menu crap that you have to deal with. I was very annoyed that I almost always had to play with Guardian enabled because just to keep people out of my lobbies so that me and my friends could actually play the game and enjoy it, as opposed to, why do I need a third party app in order to keep people from ruining my experience? You know? Why does Rockstar not step in and cuz you can Google and get mod menus for that game. It's so easy. If all they'd have to do is go on the Google a little bit and or look up some of that stuff. Little seldom. That's one of the reasons why I stopped playing. I like the missions though. The missions are fun.
You're amazing.
But yeah, too many good games at the moment. Thank you for the follow, by the way. The so many good games. I might try that Magic School game that Rural's playing. It's like it's like a magical school. They look like Magica wizards, but like you have like fog that's coming in and you have to like protect your school against the fog, and it's really cool. I graduated as well because I you can join and be part of the school, and so I got a student named after me, and my student graduated. Magical school. I graduated. I'm a certified magical person somewhere in an alternate universe. Which beats being dead in an alternate universe. Because I joined in, I can't remember if it was Rural or someone else, but I joined in somebody's RimWorld colony and I died like right away. My poor person. It just like right away. Immediate raid and immediately dead. Sometimes you don't get good luck. But sometimes you get to be the carry, which is fun. Ah, good times. I like those kinds of things. Another game that I've been looking at though lately is because Emma's been playing it for me is called The Long Dark, which is like a survival crafting game that's pretty tough. Because I played The Long Dark a long time ago, but I never really played it. Like I played it for a short time, died a couple of times, and then was playing the other games that I had. So I never really gave it the actual like go. Because that happens sometimes, right? You load up a game, you play it for a little bit, you find that it's just not quite what you're looking for, and then you hop out and you play something else. I'm sure that a lot of folks can relate to loading up a game that you think you want to play, playing for like 5 minutes, and being like, this isn't quite what I wanted, and then you hop off, play something else. Or alternatively, staring at your game library for 100, like, what feels like 100 years. And just, you have this enormous library, but it's almost like you're spoiled for choice, that you don't know what to play. That there's nothing, like, that's calling to you in that, like, amount of stuff. I'm just like, I don't know. I have nothing to play. Mountains of games that you've not finished. Achievements not unlocked. Stories not written. Still nothing to play. It's that same as that mentality of you look in your fridge and your cupboard. There's food there, but you're not going to eat any of it. I've got nothing to eat. That's not true. There's ingredients. Make something. I don't wanna. It's like that's an like I said, spoiled for choice problem. There's too much there. Too much you could jump into. And then you maybe if you're a visual person, you can like visualize yourself playing it a little bit. You're like, and sometimes it's what you want, briefly. Thank goodness PZ is so great. I could want to play other games, but I could also just play PZ. But there's always that part of me that's like, I probably should make sure that other folks are not so, because I could play PZ every day, probably for a very long time. But I've had it come to my, like, that some folks want to see me play some other stuff. They're like, I like your PZ, but what if you played something else? I was like, okay. That's why I'm doing the activity polls, is because I want to see, okay, well, if we do play other stuff, what is it that we should play? And there's one activity poll right now active. It's on the Discord. Let's try this. Oh, that just made me think of something hilarious. One of my friends did just recently. I was watching one of my friends, this friend will know that I'm talking about them, I'm sure. But what they did was, you know, in the self-promotion section where you can post your links for folks, right? So that folks can kind of, you know, if they're not in your Discord, because let's be honest, being in a million Discords is kind of tiring for some folks, right? But in the self-promo section, they posted the link for their stream, right? But they took away the URL so that the folks had to like copy and paste it themselves. Or go find it on their own. It was great. It made me laugh. I laughed really hard when I seen that. I was like, wow. You like that everything's on the ground, but it's all organized? The best part is my character is actually a disorganized character. He's not very organized himself. But yes, I do. I like to have my little piles of things, and then later on, I like to have them all set up in their areas, and my base to look a little nice. And I'm not as decoratively inclined as some of the other folks. Some of the other folks can be really crazy, like Claire and Miss Adams and Molly, and there's some really fantastically decorative players that are just they can turn a base into a home. It doesn't look like a base. It looks like a home. Like, it's 5-star. I wish I could do that with some places. Sometimes my stuff looks good, but it's like it takes a while for me to get stuff to that point. Like the bus depot in the Apocalypse playthrough, that one looked like a home, kind of. More like a home than a base, right? Higgins had his little study room, and he had his gold ornament in the center with the Spiffo shrine, and, you know, kitchen area, den with his movie collection, and then his bedroom looked really nice with his little streaming setup. Because he didn't know how to use it, but he had one. Most people go with floor organization. I mean, some people do. Some people go for the pile. The problem I have with the pile is it makes me uneasy. And if you were to go back and watch the Apocalypse playthrough for Higgins, you would see me being uneasy about it. I threw everything on the floor and I was just like, but I didn't have time. I wanted to go do other things. So I was like, okay, I got to go do other things. And then I came back. But eventually it broke me down and I spent a good part of several hours fixing it. Because I can't. It just is too much after a time. It weighs on my mind and I can ignore it for a short time. I don't have OCD, but I have ADHD, and it's I have OCD as a coping mechanism for my ADHD. So it's not quite OCD. My world will not end if things do not go quite right, but I prefer them to, if they can. Certain things need to be in order. Need to be. If they're not, I'll survive, but unlike an OCD person, right? OCD means those things need to be in order. They need to be in order. That's the difference. In my case, I can survive with it for a while. Where am I on the map? I am in the same location Claire is, actually. Or at least I think Claire's still around here. We're Muldra twins. So I'm in the cabin over beside Dixie. And the crossroads is unpleasant. I went and seen. But my previous playthrough, it was much worse. So I'm happy with this playthrough, to be quite honest. Even though I gave up a working car and how to gen, um, Speed Demon mess cleanup is definitely not fun. I feel bad for Twist on Fire. So for those that don't know Twist, I'll give him a little shout out right now. Cause Twist Twist is actually in contention with Shivas for being number one in this challenge so far. Like they're both first place. But Twist has been using his car and reversing. He started using a dart instead now to make it a little bit less than the truck of before. But he speed demon first, and I should have learned from his mistakes because I didn't, and it was part of the reason I died. Not the only reason, but it was part of it. The biggest part of my death, though, was my failing fence combat, which is what I'm going to avoid now. I'm not doing fence combat nearly as much in this playthrough. I will do some with spear later, but not right now. That's the plan anyways. But yeah, if you guys aren't following Twist, you should be. Twist is a fantastic streamer, really good at Zomboid, and does a really good job. There's some amazing Zomboid creators in the rat race that are awesome, like Shivas. And if you're interested in the rat race at all, do an exclamation point rat race, or I can do it for. There we go. What the heck? How? Oh, there. Perfect. There's the Discord, as well as there's some other links if you guys are interested. And mods, traits, and settings are my character. So if you're interested in my run, the leaderboard is actually the leaderboard, like the one that we're using to update. And we may change the format in it a little bit. We've been discussing that a little, like with a couple of the leaderboard update squad folks. I'm trying to keep those folks anonymous so that they don't get bothered in DMs. I mean, clearly I'm on the team, but folks generally won't DM me unless they want to talk to me, which is nice. My DMs are open to my friends for sure, but it's one of those things where, specifically for the leaderboard stuff, I put it in the rules that we're not supposed to DM. Like, if you want to update your score, you put it in the document. And then there's like a Google document. There's also people checking the VODs as well. Like, they're just verifying a little bit, which is good. The reason being is just to kind of make it fair, right? We are going to be... Hi, Twist. Hello. Hi, Twist. The shout out that I gave you wasn't to summon you. It was because I was talking about you and your speed demon mishap and stuff. And I just making sure that you're having fun. Yeah. I did the same thing, and then that's what got me kind of into some trouble. But yeah. I do think you're great. You can return if you prefer. Like, aren't you streaming? You should be streaming, I think. Maybe you're taking a break to eat dinner or something, or breakfast, or a meal. I don't know. Yeah, Twist is great. There's lots of great people in the zombie community that I've gotten the pleasure to meet and enjoy and hang out with, and it's been fantastic. I'm very much looking forward to progressing and seeing how the game evolves, and yep. Impossible? I mean, the parts that I think are impossible are actually impossible, though, unless you somehow pull the zombies over the bridges or you give them another bridge. I think these zombies will get stuck because they can't get past the Louisville gates. There's like 500k in here for you. But you definitely will clear, what is it? All of this. Oh, maybe even Irvington. Irvington might be able to slip around this area. There are some gates over here though that'll block off some of it, so you might actually have to go into Irvington a little bit, just like you have to go over to Echo, and yeah, there's some places that you're going to clear separately, but I think you'll get into the 3 to 400k range, maybe just here alone. Like I think, I don't know. I haven't done the math on this region. I know there's like, what is it in just these pockets alone? It's got to be at least 3 400k, right? Yeah. You up my fence fighting? I'm not gonna do fence fighting this time, or not as much. I will do some later, but I've decided that with this particular character, I'm gonna throw caution a little bit this time. So I'm going to be grinding all the way to level 5 strength and then fighting in the open. No more fence nonsense for me. I clearly can't be trusted. Yeah, I think that there's between 400 and 500k in Louisville, so you're definitely going to need to go up there at least to let them out of the fence line. But hopefully in the future they'll be able to break the fences down. They won't be able to break the fences down in like if you're not nearby, obviously, because zombies don't have their animations. But you know, yeah. Hopefully you're having a good day, Twist. I seen that you were having fun earlier. We had a chat, which was fun. If the lamp, it probably is. They are changing the heat map frequently though, so it might adjust. I don't know. We'll see. And it's 7 a.m. Okay, so you're going for a nap then? You'll be back up in like 2 3 hours and back at it. I'm assuming. 10k. Okay, nice. Yeah, you're getting there. I think you'll be well on your way to the next batch here in a short time. And Shivas is keeping pace. Like I said before, if Shivas is ahead of Twist right now, I think, or at least they're equal. Like they're relative. And if Shivas manages to stay ahead of Twist, Twist will like it drives him. It's like it gives him extra drive to go. And then same for Shivas. Like so, if Shivas is behind Twist, well, Shivas is like, oh, I gotta pick it up. It's like it's great. But that new zombie game looks fun too. Hopefully you guys are splashing in a little variety. That way Zomboid doesn't get stale for you. Yeah, let's go have a nap. Let's see, how many branches? Yeah, you'll definitely fit it in there. Yeah, it's like in Last of Us 2, or sorry, not Last of Us. It's the game reminds me of a game called This War of Mine. It's really cool. Yeah, exactly. It was your very first streaming game. It's such a good game. I really liked that one. That's how you started on Twitch? Really? My first game on Twitch was Minecraft. Um, roughly 12 years ago. Makes me feel old. Kind of old. I'm kind of old, but I've always been old. That's not like I live and breathe old. It's fine. I feel like I'm a grandmother most of the time. Not understanding what the kids are talking about. I push up my glasses and look around. I was like, okay. Yep. Yep. Kids these days with their dabs and their drips and their you're 24. I wasn't 24 when I started streaming. I am older than that, unfortunately. It would be kind of nice to be 24 then, though. Maybe? I don't know. I think like mostly I'm the same as I was back then, kind of. I've got more experiences, more injuries now than I had then, but mostly the same. It'd be nice to go back and get a little bit of the youth, though. But I think I'm mostly similar to back then. I suppose I'm less shy than I used to be. I used to be very shy and keep to myself. Didn't really let people in my world very much. You already had your beard. Congrats. It's nice though. With age comes experience. Happy birthday. Now, I'm definitely not the oldest member of the Zomboid community though. There's actually quite a lot of folks that are really, really old in the Zomboid community. Factually really old, and they're awesome folks. I've gotten to play some and watch some of their runs and play on some multiplayer servers with some of them, and they're fantastic people. I'm sorry. My condolences. Hey, Kurumi. Frog. What is this ratio? This is me just avoiding the zombies, and I don't want to deal with their nonsense right now. I'm mad at them. They don't deserve my weapons to their brains. Not yet. Happy birthday. Not happy not birthday to everyone. Yes, who doesn't have a birthday? Last year you were 29 as well? See, I have to ask Emma sometimes how old I am. Because I forget. Sometimes. It's only sometimes. Not all the time. Sometimes I remember. Yeah. Awkward though when I forget. Because usually it's because I'm inputting something and I'm like, wait a second. I'm close, but Emma never asks me that stuff because Emma's got opposite sort of personality styles to me in a way, lots of ways actually. But we like some things the same, but there's a lot of personality quirks that Emma has that fill in the gaps of my own, as well as vice versa. So like I'm happy to stay at the base and kind of enjoy like being base mom essentially, right? I'm happy to do that. Um, Organizing stuff, don't mind. Crafting things, enjoy it. Emma's the go, go, go. I got to get out there and loot the world, explore and stuff, right? Emma's very much that style. And I don't mind doing that as well. It's just out of the preferences. Another example would be I'm the kind of person that will walk past good items if I don't need them. I will walk past them and just leave them there. I'll remember that they're there to the best of my ability. But I just walk past them. Meanwhile, a lot of other folks are very much hoard their inventories until their loot is just absurd. Emma's a loot goblin. I should loot goblin more, but I it's hard, right? I don't know. It's hard for me. Already, yeah, exactly. See, it's like twist. She's already in hell. Rocket boots around. Yeah, same for Emma if we were to play that. Emma doesn't really like those kinds of games though. Emma prefers like I'm trying to think. 7 Days to Die is an Emma game for sure. 7 Days to Die is for sure an Emma game. while Emma doesn't really like Minecraft. Not really fond of it. Meanwhile, I like Minecraft. I think Minecraft's great. I feel like 7 Days to Die is lacking in a lot of stuff. Of course, I can compromise and I can play that. It's one of those things that I don't mind because it still has a lot of things that are pretty good. It's just it does miss on a lot of marks too. You've got a massive bag of loot. Like your PB run? Or you were running around with those pencils killing the zombies? Harumi got 5 of them, right? Was it 5? I think it was 5. You killed 5 zombies with a pencil? Yeah, they are strange people, those devs. I don't know. I've never played 7 Days with mods, though. That's the one sort of thing that I should try, because I've had some friends that were like, you should try it with mods because you would like it better. And I was like, maybe. Because they kept breaking on you? See, that happens sometimes is devs, they've changed their UI like a crazy amount of times. It's like Smite. If anybody knows of Smite, the MMORPG, or sorry, it's a MOBA. It's a MOBA with gods and goddesses, and it's set in a mythological MOBA. Third person party perspective, except in some cases. Anyways, they changed their UI so frequently that I actually didn't like playing it anymore. It was too many changes, and they were giving the players the ability to change it a little bit, which I appreciate, but at the same time, it was just too many changes for me. I liked playing that game while I played it. I enjoyed the gods. I enjoy Mythos. I love Mythos. Mythos are some of my favorite, like, uh, they're some of my favorite stories. But yeah, it was very frustrating to have them change the UI every 2 seconds to a different UI, and then not want to stick with any of their modes. They had like so many different modes that you could play, which is good for variety's sake. But it just felt like the devs were never picking a focus, which is strange. Yeah, it's strange. I don't know. Once again, I'm not talking bad about Smite. It's just it wasn't for me. That's why I stopped playing. And it's not to state that I don't like MOBAs, because I used to like a lot of MOBAs. You only know that game because Iron Mouse is in it? Iron Mouse is one of the VTube people, right? I don't know them very well, but like I know of them, kind of. I'm not very familiar with the VTube like community at all, really. Despite being a tuber myself, it's not something I'm too familiar with. Iron Mouse is the #1 biggest VTuber. Nifty. Didn't know that. I know of Iron Mouse. I know Gura exists. I'm trying to think of the other ones. I've seen a couple of the other people in because it gets posted in my Discord in the anime section, or not anime, in the... Is it in the anime section? It might be. It might just be in the gallery. I don't remember. But they get posted in there sometimes. And I see thumbnails, and I don't very often click on stuff unless they, it interests me, I guess. So I've seen a handful of the clips and stuff, but it's like... Yeah, it's weird. You believe she's a millionaire? Probably. Most of the people in the 1% are millionaires or more. Like, uh, no more glasses. You're just taking away all my accessories because, you mad at me? I'm sorry that I'm not in the know about stuff. I'm bad for that, being in the know. But to be quite honest, it's like being blissfully unaware. It's like if I don't know the good things that are happening, bad things that are happening, it's kind of like, it's blissful. I don't get involved in the drama. It's bliss. In saying that though, if those folks were to show up, I'd, wave at them, I guess. I don't know. I'd be like, "Oh, you're that person kind of that I've briefly heard about." Sort of. There's a handful of folks that I don't like know very much about. Some folks that would be very famous in the streaming and gaming world. Um, don't really know them. Markiplier, Mr. Beast. Don't really know anything about them aside from their usernames and that they exist and they're somewhat famous. Um, don't really know anything. I seen him once on a honey ad, or whatever. Um, and very few folks. It's just they're not in my realm, right? Like I don't know them very well, and I'm really bad about keeping up to date on that stuff. Unless somebody gives me the information, I guess. You just watch for the drama from afar. That's fair. I don't know. It's weird. Do I need to? No. Iron Mouse is one of the good ones? Well, that's good. I'm glad that people are able to enjoy them. Yeah, I'm trying to think of other names that I like. XQC, or I barely know that person at all. I just seen their name once or twice. Um, who else do I know? PewDiePie, I remember. I've watched a handful of PewDiePie videos ages ago. But handful, right? Not very many. Same for Captain Sparkles. I used to watch him a little bit as well, but not very much. Like, I mean, some, but not too much. And I used to know some of the bigger Minecraft names as well, but I don't I don't really didn't know them as their YouTube personas though. Yeah, I just know he's big. That's all. That's literally the only thing I know. That he's a big streamer. It's like Tyler One. I know of Tyler One from League of Legends and drama and such, but that I know of him. I don't know him very like outside of that. I know that he's like likes to play things and be very good at them, but I don't know them, right? And I don't think anybody like like it's not that I don't think anybody knows them. It's that probably only some people know them, right? Like know them outside of their personas and or, you know, other such things. Maybe a handful of them are actually like genuine. But it's difficult, right? I don't know. It's tough. That's what I mean, though, about me being out of the loop, is very frequently I don't hear about that stuff until later from someone else. Like drama, especially. It gets to me last, usually. That's why I'm thankful that other people are on the ball better than I am. And that they tell me about stuff, like changes that are happening, or, you know, if we are having, like, issues or something. I get let know through other folks. I'm super appreciative of that. I think that that's also partially why I don't get involved in the social medias, though, is because I have an aversion to that. I don't want to see that stuff if I can avoid it. So I only go on there sometimes, and usually it's to see what my friends are posting, interact a little bit, and then to post when I go live. That's it, really. Just real quick, so that it's painless. Because those places can be very, very painful to be a part of. It's like the Reddit. I tried to go on the Reddit a little bit. I can't though. It's too much. It's too much. Yeah, lots of the you know, the folks like to play PZ. It's because PZ is a good game. It's a really, really fun game, especially when you get past the initial understanding and you start to collect all of the pieces. But me telling Karumi that is not even Karumi knows. Karumi knows better than I know. You've been playing Helldivers lately, mostly. How is that? Did they put the bugs versus the machines yet? You have like double or if not triple the hours? Ah, yes, you do. That would be cool. You do have more than quite a lot of my hours. I don't know if it's triple. Might be. I think it's at least double. But you're not playing it now. Aha, I'm catching up. It's actually probably not true. Kurumi's probably playing it right now, actually. Loads it up just to keep going. You will never catch me. Ah, yes, but that doesn't include my other time in the game. I'm closer to 5K. So, not quite double. Slightly less. I bet if we do compare based on Steam hours, then yeah, you know. My child is very fast. I don't know why, but that makes me think of that. And go play The Sims inside the middle of a forest. I mean, yeah, pretty much. That's the cool part about PZ. You can play The Sims in like the towns too if you want. It's like it just depends. What do you feel like? What's your flavor? Enjoy. Like yeah. PZ is very much like that. You could do a playthrough that's all centralized around the zombies being frozen to death outside, but if they come inside, that they're sprinters. And then you also have guns active, and like that you can shoot them. And you could do a run that's all based on that, like cryogenic winter crazy runs, right? Yeah, you could go into debug and build houses all day, or you could go into like especially if you have like the modded build menus that exist that let you play with the tiles a little bit, you could make some pretty cool structures and cool mansions. I'm hoping that one day that we'll be able to do all of the tiles. Like that we'll be able to us craft all the tiles. That would be so cool if we could make our own houses from scratch. We just need to collect the resources, and that all the resources are of infinite capability to get. It's like you just need you can get metal by grinding it. You can go and get wood, and then you can make plaster and paint. You can then take oils and mix them and create different kinds of paint, and it would be so cool. The only thing you have not figured out was how to power a building. Oh, that's really easy. You just get a generator and connect it in the area. It doesn't matter if that building was created by a player or created. You can still power it that way. Oh, it would be so nice. You mean wire it to the grid? That's a little different, but it is possible. You would designate the areas as rooms, and the map makers would be able to help you better understand that, and I'm not a PZ map maker. Folks like Dylan or Big Zombie Monkey, or there's a lot of folks that have done maps and would be able to understand it better. Unknown Host is a good example of somebody who's done maps. He probably would understand it. I've not done maps, though. I've never made a map. Thank you for my hat back. Okay, I was wanting to forage just a little bit longer just to get the next level real quick. Because we're very close. Actually, let's go down and south. Which is that way. Maybe we'll go... Yeah, we'll go this way instead. Yeah, PZ's getting close to being able to be on par with Minecraft in terms of its sandbox, which, to be quite honest, is one of the biggest compliments you could give this game. If it can get on par with Minecraft, that's huge. Which is close. It's very close. There's some pieces that are missing, though, that cause PZ to just not quite have the same flow that Minecraft has. Minecraft's flow is undeniably good. When you load up Minecraft, you know I'm going to do this method and it's going to work and get me my stuff and I can continue and I can build whatever I want. In PZ, you there's roadblocks and gates that block you. And as a result, because some of that stuff is not got good flow or it doesn't have adjacent paths that you can use, it's missing that. It needs more paths and better flow. That's the thing. And they'll get there. They're working on it. They're getting a little bit distracted by like I mentioned earlier in the stream, they're getting a bit distracted by trying to balance things before, trying to balance the weapons or trying to balance this because some folks are saying such and such is OP. They should ignore all that for right now and just focus on the flow. If they focus on the flow, they'll get the game in a better state. Like, and maybe leave some of the recipes easy for now as placeholders so that people can try it and feel it out, and then they can adjust the recipes and adjust the damage numbers later, like, and stuff. Like some things they like, I do agree with them, like nerfing the exertion and the damage on some things, and to balance it out, but too much focus on balance will cause the game's like flow to be interrupted, and people will get frustrated and quit before they're able to collect enough data, right? Yeah, the Mason's chisel killed your flow, and now there's a ways to get that a lot more frequently now. You can find it stuck in zombies. If you prefer to make it yourself, though, there is a Mason's. Um, uh, I know that this trowel works as a Mason's trowel as well. But doesn't maybe you still need the Mason's chisel? I don't know. I think the stone chisel might work, but I'm not sure. I haven't really been held up by the Mason's chisel. Currently, the worst gate blocker at the moment is the metal punch was put in the wrong section, I think. So, for those that don't understand what I'm saying, in blacksmithing, the metalworking punch was placed in the tier 2 station of the blacksmithing. It should be in the tier 1, not tier 2, because it not being in the tier 1 makes tier 1 not able to produce the tongs, which means that because you can't get the heading tool because you need the metal punch in order to get the heading tool, which means that actually locks out all of blacksmithing unless you find a punch. So currently, I'm pretty sure that was just a mistake, that the devs meant to put the punch into the tier 1, like the primitive, so that you can go from primitive to simple. But so currently, there's almost no point to do simple furnace. The simple forge. You should just skip directly to the advanced forge. It's just it. There's no point in doing the simple forge. It only requires one extra step to get to the advanced one. However, if there was if you needed something from the tier 2 to produce the tier 3, that would mean that you would have to build the tier 2. And I don't mind that. I think that that's a good thing. I kind of I understand that the tier 3, it requires you need all of the pieces of things. Like, you need to work with the leather working, you need to work with the pottery, you need to work with it takes in count a lot of different skills into effect, which is good. But yeah, I feel like the recipes themselves are in a placeholder state right now, and that they're not going to be a final form of these recipes, which is good. It's good that they're going to get updated to be more requiring. There's a stone chisel recipe in napping, but you need read a magazine. Not just a magazine. There's an auto learn recipe. I don't remember when it happens though, because a lot of the skills, it doesn't tell you this anywhere. But if you level up the skills, some of the you auto learn some of the recipes. So you just need to know when that happens. Like I said though, it doesn't tell you like that anywhere. Um, So by leveling napping, I think you will get the stone chisel recipe at some point. I would look that up on the wiki or something, if because but I take I take wilderness knowledge every time, and wilderness knowledge, if I remember correctly, has a napping level as well as a bunch of free recipes. So it's one of the it's worth its weight in gold for this trait. It is the best trait in build 42. Hands down. It beats keen hearing by a little bit. And I believe you me, keen hearing gives you eyes in the back of your head. So for me to weigh this trait against keen hearing and say that it's better, really it's that is like the highest order of praise that I can give a trait. Is that in terms of total of all of these traits that you can take. Too good. You can find trapping. So the thing is you can find trapping magazines in the game. There are actually trapping magazines, although it's a lot harder now that like they're watered down in the pool. No, the stick trap's level 0. You need the recipe for it, which requires the magazine. Yeah, you'd have to forage up the magazine, which would be that would be tough. Is there no way to get the stick trap recipe from like an auto, like from the research? I figured there might be, but perhaps there isn't, like researching like wood rods or something. I don't know. Yeah, the stick trap recipe would be super helpful, and then you could start leveling trapping from there. But I don't know. It does have auto learn at 2 or 3. What, 2 or 3 trapping? Because then you would need to harvest a trap, which is not impossible. But if you're doing like a wilderness playthrough, like where we are currently, you're not going to have any traps. Meanwhile, there are some traps around the map that exist that are placed traps that will be there 100% of the time. Um, there's some in Doe Valley. I don't remember their exact location right this second. But there's a handful like all around, like they're dotted around the map. I'm pretty sure like the hunting area has some. Um, I can't remember their exact locations right now, but there's some places that have some. I think there's some in Echo Creek as well. I agree though that the stick trap shouldn't require a recipe and should be essentially a free way to start your games in terms of like bugs for birds, because then you could at least sustain your weight. It wouldn't be, it's, birds are not really good calorically, they really aren't, but compared to um like all the other methods, they're middle tier. Like they give some calories, you'd have to eat a lot of them, but at least it gives you an option, you know. um as opposed to like you can gain weight through foraging. There are ways to get weight on foraging, but foraging winter a little bit harder. Um, and then yeah, worms, bugs. Yeah, you can sustain, but I'm thinking like calorically sustain. Worms and bugs. I mean, do they have their caloric values are not that great, are they? I don't remember. Did they up buff them? Probably not. Anyways, I'm gonna be right back. I just gotta refill my tea. I haven't done that in a little while, so BRB. There we go. Perfect. Okay, back to it. Continue. No. Mm. It's your two pain. Okay. Should come down a little bit here in a moment. Hairstyle upgraded. Mm. Nearly there. So close, Higgins. Come on. You've got this. Last little bit. And there we go. Higgins is fully regularity now. So all the pain will melt away from his workouts. We want to go sleep now, like right now. The reason being is we're about to go into really, like, tons of pain, and it'll go away like immediately. I'm gonna miss this XP in a very short time. Because we'll hit level 5 and then say goodbye to reloading XP. It doesn't go up this fast past level 5. Let's look at the free level 3. How's our weight? Ishworthy. Alright, now we can just chill, get some fish, and then we'll head over to the... So, we are going to be starting combat soon. I do want to get a little bit further, though, because currently, in terms of our strength, we should grind strength until level 5. I like to start combat sooner. I might get fitness to 3, and then we'll start just purely doing strength until 5. Just to get rid of the weakness, like, because right now we're weak. We were puny, but now we're weak, which is replaced feeble. So it's what used to be called feeble. But it'll get rid of that, so we won't have any debuffs. We won't have any buffs either. Our character will be 1 times muscle strain. Which will suck a little bit for the first little while, but we'll very quickly see the difference between the two characters. Of last character versus this one, because this one I'm not going to be doing fence fighting as much. Not until later. Like, way later. When we start leveling, like, spear or something. Because as I showed earlier, which I can show again here in a second if folks are wanting me to, spear down attacks are great. They are so good comparatively to the other down attacks that exist. So if you miss a spear down attack, it's a little bit more forgiving. Gives you another chance to sort of attack, so you could attack again. Meanwhile, a lot of the other weapons, their down attacks are a lot slower. I mean, outside of, I guess, Lumberjack and Axes, maybe? I don't know. Did they fix Lumberjack? Hopefully. I kind of wish there was weapon skills for everything. Like, a knife skill. Or, like, you know, that function the same as Lumberjack, but for knives. Or spear. Or so on and so forth. You know? Okay, so Lumberjack has been repaired. Just weird that Lumberjack gets so much appreciation when Axes have been basically in high standings for the longest, kind of. They've never been the best, but they've always been a high tier. They love Axes, yeah. I feel like they love Axes, and the other weapons are kind of like... They get their limelight, of course, when they are in top form. Yeah, this is another thing of that balance should be kind of held off for a little while. That instead they should make everything easy access. Like I said, planks should be able to make long sticks. And that way you can make spears again, right? Um, hey, 84 centimeter catfish. And he didn't even eat my bait. Good job, fish. Short spears. Short spears exist. They're called the stake. I do too, but at the same time, I don't want that to be their focal. I want them to make things more accessible and work on flow of the game before they work on balancing it. Because balance comes later. It's unstable. They should make it everything easy access. They should, have their players running around doing the best they can, right? And then work on balancing it. Almost walked directly into the fire.
You're amazing.
That would have been awkward. I haven't been killed by fire that way. I've been killed by fire in CDDA though. That doesn't count though, does it? Can we say that doesn't count? Thank you for the follow, by the way. That shouldn't count as being killed by fire. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. I get to play Zomboid. It's a good day. Oh, actually, before we do that, let's just do this up really quick. We only need 1,000 XP. Is this song from Plants vs. Zombie? Yes. There's actually 3 songs on my playlist that are from Plants vs. Zombies. This is the credit song, which is it. The credit song's amazing. I'd actually listen to it again. Like it's so good. All of the songs on my playlist are songs that make me happy in one way or another. That's why it is the way that it is. Either they pluck a string of nostalgia, or they're just really good songs. But I remember this one specifically when I first beat Plants vs. Zombies oh so long ago, and then enjoying the credit scene where all the zombies are partying together with the owner. It's good times. It's like, we're sorry, let's party. And they're all like partying on the roof, and it's great. Yeah. I didn't do it on an iPod. I played it when it was a Flash game. I think. Was it a Flash game? No, that was in Aquarium. In Aquarium was a Flash game. Was Plants vs. Zombie a Flash game? I'm trying to think. No, no. I know that it was I don't remember. It's been a long, long time. These rabbit kitten skulls are worthless, so I'll go throw them away. At least they think they are. They might not be, actually. Maybe I can smash them with high enough strength. I don't know. We'll find out when we're our next levels of strength. 'Cause I'm level 3 strength right now. I'm just gonna finish off level 3 fitness, and then we're just gonna... We've got a long way to go. Because there's like not quite 6k worth of XP to get, and then 18,000 XP left to get out of strength, the strength hole that we're in. Yeah, it's been a long time. Plants vs. Zombie, and then having your little garden as well afterwards. That you could plant your plants in and come back and check it later. In Aquarium had something like that as well. The early forms of the AFK, you don't have to play the game to play the game. That turned into things like Farmville. Which, I mean, yeah, those games make people happy somewhat. But still not fond of them myself. Push-ups here in a moment. Alright, here we go. Strength grind. What happened? Did you die or corrupted your save like I planned? What do you mean, corrupted my save like I planned? What does that mean? Did I plan to corrupt my save at any point? With animals near the water? Oh, no, that didn't happen. It's fine. I wanted to see if it would, but we just died naturally. We died in fence combat. So this time I'm going to be taking it a lot more seriously in the sense of I'm not going to be doing very much fence combat till later. I'm going to be doing open combat because it is better for me anyways. Although there are times where open combat I fail too, but you know, it's just better for me overall. I know I'm not as good at fence combat. I should have been more cautious and more patient, and I wasn't, and I died for it. Yeah, you don't like it either. See, you're in the same, like, it's not that I dislike fences. Like, I mean, I respect fences. They're really good. It's just I'm aware that I'm not patient enough with them. And that's part of my problem. Is that I want the zombies to come over the fence right away so that I can continue and go and do other things. I don't want them to I'm not patient enough. You need to be patient with fences. There's a certain if you're not, then you die. Yeah, and the hitboxes can be weird. But I don't that's a skill issue. If you know, if you're going to blame hitboxes, skill issue. At least that's how I feel anyways. Cuz we can it can sometimes seem like a game issue. And yeah, there are cases to be made where it is a game issue. But I don't know. I just feel like that a lot of the time that if you're more patient, then you will be fine. Like most of the cases, it's gonna be the player's fault. Yeah, we'll grind out as much strength training as we can. My goal right now is to get to level 5 strength. Which we're already almost level 4 strength. It's the level 4 to 5 that's going to be a bit of a grind. Because that's 18,000 XP. We can go at about a rate of maybe 1 to 2,000 a day. So it's going to take us at least, you know, assuming that we do it at a decent pace and we get about 2,000, we could probably do it in about 9 in-game days. Not counting the few that we need to get right now. So, like, I need about 4,000 XP at the moment. So that's another at least 2 days. So we're looking at, like, you know, 11, 12 zomboid days. Yeah, it's because it depends on where in the tile the zombie is. And sometimes it feels like you should have hit them in the head, but they're not actually over the tile threshold. They're where they were. So, but the way that the animations work is kind of like they'll hit you no matter what. Kind of. Like they don't always connect, but they can connect frequently. I still feel like 42's combat's easier than 41. Mostly because of the fatigue and this interaction right here. This is the biggest reason why build 42 is easier than build 41. Because in build 41, when you have high fatigue, it hits your exertion, and you can't do anything. The only thing you can do is get rid of your fatigue. Whether you get rid of it by coffee, you get rid of it by sleeping, you have to get rid of your fatigue. Otherwise, it locks your stamina out. But right now, like as you can see, I've got high fatigue. I'm still able to recover. You think it's not intended? No, I think it's intended. Because you can still regain your stamina while being extremely tired. I think that it is intended. That they wanted to make it less impactful. Like it is now. They clearly changed the formula. So it must be intended, right? Probably. Maybe not. But in my opinion, you can recover stamina while you're tired. Sure, you're tired, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you won't be able to bring back your stamina. But we'll see. Build some shelves? Why? What kind of shelves? Stone or wood? And you're not telling me the size either. Did you want the small shelves or the large shelves? Because right now there's a bug with the large flat stone where you can't pick it up from the debris. You want me to live? Oh, I thought you were gonna go at like an angle with that where you're going to say that you want me to love my shelf. To which I was gearing up for a pun, and I was let down. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Live, laugh, love. Yeah. It's okay. I agree. It was shellfish of me to think that you were gonna pun me. I was beside my shelf. I'm lame. I know I'm lame. It's okay. uh, you know the puns are good when you watch the viewer count go down. Good. That means it was good puns. I'm happy. Because there's people that were like, ah, and then they left. That's good. 'Cause we made people walk away from the computer just now and go live their life. Not that they're not living their life at the computer, because you totally are. You know, it's part of reality too, you know. Did you say computer? Well, yeah, computer. Mostly. Some people will be on phones, though. Like, I mean, majority of folks are on a PC. Or console. Of some kind. Why am I doing reloading right now? I mean, it's too late for me to stop, but why am I doing this? We're about to level up. Might as well just keep going, right? Nobody stopped me. At all. You just let me reload here. That's it. This is a reloading stream now. This is all we're gonna do.
You're amazing.
Yep. Thank you very much for the raid. Just in time to see me hit reloading level 5. Yay, we did it. Reloading level 5. Or 4. Wait, 4? Oh, we're reloading level 4. My bad. Hopefully you had a good stream. Let's see, red. There. Nice halfway. Yeah, well, I'm 4. Sorry, I didn't realize I was not 5. I misread. My bad. Yeah, there's a multiplier with 5 that'll be good, and then we're about we'll be in pain land. I'm not doing reloading after level 5 for a little while. You guys still have computers with less computing power and less memory than your... Yeah, but those PCs are old PCs, like IBM and other such. But here, I'm gonna do my little intro-y. There. You moved your base, your barn base this time, and you have a sledge and a few sheep and a pickaxe. That seems like a lot of good things. Well, best of luck. Hopefully you get far. Yeah, it's good to have sheep early. I don't have sheep. I'm not gonna have sheep for a while. But it's okay. I don't need sheep. Maybe later. Oh, Van, you're gaining some weight, buddy. You need to stop. Okay, we'll put you on the veggie diet here in a bit. But yes, hopefully that's a good stream. And, you know, if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. Why is that word blocked? I don't know what word you used. Because it's blocked, it's censored for some reason. Unless you hit asterisks on your keyboard. I zoomed for a bit for XP. Running? Is it running? No. Fitness? No. What ends in R? Which skill ends in R? None of them. None of them end in R. Agriculture? No. Can't be. Zoomed a bit for... I'm trying to think of what kind of XP they could mean. Forager? Foraging XP? In all honesty, zooming around for foraging XP is not necessarily the best. I mean, you can get a lot fast, but you won't get the items as easily. You have to, like, pick them up or dismiss them. Takes time. And I don't think that that's what they were meaning. R. Ends in R. I don't think that's what they meant. Ah! None of the skills end in R! I don't know. I give up. I tried. There was effort there. I'm sorry. It's now a Wordle stream. I'd like to take a guess, and then if I can have the guess, then I will go from there because I can usually solve it fairly quickly if I have pieces of the word. It's so much easier when you have that extra thing. Spear? I mean, yeah, spear works. It's the only one that ends in R. But I didn't think they were talking about weapon skill. Maybe they are. Were you talking about weapon skill? They maybe went already for their self-care. Darn. Now I'm never gonna know. It's okay. Oh, it could be Sprinter. Yeah, Sprinter could work. That's true. That's it. We're never gonna know. Secret. Yeah, let's go foraging with less pain, so we actually get a forage circle this time. And we'll see the strength ticking up from our bag being above 50% encumbrance, because that is one of the strength mechanics. That's why strength levels up so much faster than foraging. Or I mean, foraging. It levels up faster than fitness. The F and then what I was doing made me say foraging. Darn it. Brain, quit it. Crossing words. You're making no sense. Nobody's gonna understand you. Just gonna break down. You've been doing attempted to do a strength 9 fitness 1. I would do a 9-9 if I were you, or alternatively do a 9-1. Not strength. So the reason why we say things in the order they are is because fitness and strength are, it's alphabetical, F and then S. Um, but so I would do 9 fitness and low strength, and then just push-ups, non-stop push-ups. You would do non-stop push-ups, and you'll get to level 10 real quick. Like strength levels up so fast comparatively to some of the other skills. It is almost always advisable to go low strength because you have so many ways to level it. Because you can hit zombies, you can carry stuff and walk around, and you'll gain strength. You dug what I was shoveling. I'm glad. Dig Dug? Anybody play Dig Dug? Anybody know Dig Dug? It's okay. I'll go sit in my arcade corner and think about Dig Dug. Dig Dug was such a weird game. He's this like little kind of tiny guy, and he would go down into the dirt and he'd be digging, and then he would explode things. With like a little air pump. It's a funny game? Yeah, it is. It's so good. It's too long ago to remember anything of relevance. Oh, it's okay. Yay, sapling. I gotta travel back. Those were fun games. I really enjoyed them. It's like Pac-Man. What else was there back then? Joust, Bomberman, yeah. Bomberman was fun. Chips Challenge. Galaxian, Donkey Kong, yeah. Chips Challenge was fun. Yeah, Chips Challenge. You remember? That one was fun. Cubert, yeah, Cubert. We're all old. All of us here are old. It's okay though. It's okay to be old, but we're all old. Some of us are young, but you know what I mean. Your soul's old, probably. Uh, Good times though. I like those. Spy Hunter. Yeah. Cinnamon win. Are you glaring because he's beaten it? I know Corndog beat Chips Challenge. It's in his About section. And I beat Chips Challenge as well. But it's like, it's one of those ones that is like unbelievably hard in those back end levels. Some of the levels were really fun though. And if you grabbed the chips wrong, you'd eat it. You wouldn't be able to continue. You're double glaring. Centipede, yeah. Dragonlance. Oh my goodness. And then going from there, that started getting into the newer stuff, like the console stuff. But like I got into a lot of the console games after that. But like I mean, you're supposed to be a burrito in bed. I mean, you are sleeping, aren't you? I think you are. I think Corn Dog's sleeping. Don't worry. Don't worry. Burrito? I could make a burrito if I wanted one. But I don't know if I feel like that now. I think I feel like toast. You ever just want toast? I like toast. It's like one of the staple foods that you know I can always enjoy is just having a little bit of toast. Sometimes with honey, yeah. Sometimes with butter. Sometimes with peanut butter. Sometimes with jam. Sometimes with syrup. Depends. But I like toast. Sometimes with nothing on it. A good stomach remedy if you're not lactose intolerant, dry toast, nothing on it, and milk. The milk is absorbed into the toast and can make your stomach settle. It's interesting. Nullifies stomach acid. Not as good as an antacid, but at the same time, antacids can be bad because if you eat too many antacids, your stomach will stop having the acidity to neutralize some of the bacteria that gets in there that's bad, and then it can get you very sick. So, too many antacids not good for you. Of course, it's good to make sure that balance things. Balance in all things. Didn't I have a large branch? Yeah, it's over here. Yeah, let's grab that back. Equip it in both hands. Yeah, equip it in both hands. It looks like a walking stick, kind of. Fear Higgins and his walking stick. I would not want to use this as a weapon. There's some folks that were using this as a weapon, and I'm not making fun of them, but it's just no. The stamina usage is terrible. Look what it did to my arms. That was one swing. One swing. My arms are already in the orange. That's pretty bad. 2 swings in the red. Off we go. Look at that tier 2 pain. Oh, these have okay damage. Like, look at the damage. It's 75%. That's not bad. That's fair damage. But it destroys your exertion. The sledgehammer's terrible for the same reason. It's not a weapon. It's a utility item for destroying tiles. These aren't weapons either. They're utilized to create planks and or produce other things. They're not weapons. Don't use them as weapons. You will hurt my soul. Soon to be baseball bats or soon to be just planks. One or the other. I'm going to turn one of them into a spade. Not yet, though. I'm not going to be doing long blunts right away, I don't think, on this run. Because I want to lean into axes first. Oh dear. There goes that. Drop you on the ground. Grab you. You're up. Yeah, don't need to be doing that right now. We need Higgins to be walking around so he's losing weight. he's a bit chunky. You can't place this song? Really? It's up there. Like, if you look up there, like above the kill counter and, it's up there. Memory is going. Yes, this one's still alive. Portal. It's a good one. It's okay if your memory is going. We will not make fun of you or anything. We'll just tell you. And then you'll know. Yeah, it's a very good version of Still Alive. It's one of my favorite instrumentals that I've ever heard. However, it doesn't it doesn't hit the same as the original. Like the original Still Alive is still like it's its own thing that's special, right? Do I have the original? I think I do somewhere. Um, yeah, it's right here. This section of the VOD might get muted, but or actually no, it won't because audio split. Never mind. This one always gets copyrighted on what's it called? YouTube. Great song though. 5-star. The sequel song's not bad either. I'll put that one on next. But the sequel, "Want You Gone," is good too. They're both really good songs. Oh, fantastic games! I played them here on stream for you guys. There is one that I missed though that we should go back and do, called Rexera. So I played Portal 1 and 2, and I played all of the modded, like, single player kind of adventure map-y things that had similar stories. So, like, Mel Portal stories, Aperture Tag. There was a couple other ones. But some of them were really good, like, and well voiced, and I liked them. But yeah, I missed one. But we did complete most of them. I tried to do them all in one stream. Um, that was a bit zealous. So I ended up doing it in 2 streams. It took me 2 streams to do them all. Oh my god, a zombie. This is a zombie game, by the way, everyone. I I forgot. Yeah, I completely forgot this is a game that has zombies in it. The old Valve can't count to 3 rule. You can't count to 3 except for Trine. That's the only time they've counted to 3. I guess is that Valve? I don't know. Is Trine good? Yeah, I found Trine was pretty good. Oh no, they definitely will meme that up if they decide to do a 3 of them, and they won't call it 3. It'll be like Counter Strike like, I don't know. They'll do the Black Ops treatment where they paint it something else. And it'll be like Counter-Strike. Something, something. I don't know. But yeah, no Half-Life 3, no Portal 3, no Team Fortress 3. No, all those are not allowed. Yeah, it'll be Counter-Strike next. Or something, you know. I agree. Yeah, they're gonna deliberately avoid the 3 to meme it up. And everybody will be able to, like, meme that for a little while. They still can't count to 3. Yeah, being back for blood, exactly. Ah, those are good songs. Very nostalgic for me, playing those games. Because they're amazing puzzle games. And they teach you about they teach you about the game without holding your hand. Like, they don't directly hold your hand. They hint at things, they point you in the direction, and, you know, some of them were pretty tough for puzzles and really clever. But they don't hold your hand and tell you, hey, this is where you gotta go. This is what you gotta do. And I appreciate that. J.K. Simmons. Rest in peace, J.K. Simmons. I'm pretty sure, right? I'm 90% sure. Such amazing actors. Is he? I thought J.K. Simmons was. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. No, J.K. Simmons isn't. Ah, Jonah. Yeah, I was thinking about Richard Simmons. My bad. Yeah, I was thinking of Richard Simmons, not J.K. Simmons. They're both Simmons. It's my bad. I'm sorry. They're not even close to being the same. Yeah, no, J.K. Simmons is good. He is old, though. Brace yourself. But he is still wonderful. And he will forever be remembered as J. Jonah Jameson. That is J. Jonah Jameson in a nutshell. Perfect. Perfect casting. Absolutely pristine. Yeah, he's 70. Yeah, I made a mistake. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, absolutely. Some people just are absolutely phenomenal in every role they play. Like Patrick Stewart is a good one. Or there's a lot of folks that are just phenomenal. I think Patrick Stewart. Is that who I'm thinking of? What I get my actors and actresses mixed up. I do apologize. Yeah. Okay, that is. It's funny. He's had the same look for like many years. Like many years. He looks the same. Fountain of Youth probably there somewhere. Yeah, he's the same look for like my whole life. We should just wait and see. You know, in another few decades, he's gonna write up a thing that where he disappears for a while, and then an actor that looks just like him is going to appear, and looks just like him but different name. And secretly, he's gonna he's like, you know, same as It's just how it goes. Yeah. Well, it's because think about how much voice acting he's done. Good God. Everybody would be asking you for your voice at that point. Of course it's Weekend. He's said more words than a lot of folks. It's like Morgan Freeman. I expect Morgan Freeman's voice is going to be tapped out after, like, you know, in a few years. Please read this, and this, and this. Please read this, and this. Everybody handing them sheets of paper. Your voice. I need to hear this in your voice. Oh yeah, absolutely. And he's still kind of active in those scenes, isn't he? Like, I think he's been in some of the. Morgan, please be gone again. Bad time to drink my tea, apparently. I'm... it's great. He said that he knew that people were going to approach him with that idea too. But that he would only do it in a romantic comedy. Because it's after, I think briefly after Shawshank, right? Shawshank was so good. Yeah, he was spry in Logan. And also, more vulgar than I've ever seen him ever before. But it was for the role, right? To be, like, kind of crazy. Good actor. Not to spoil. Don't spoil Logan. For those that want to enjoy it. No spoils. Hungry. Yeah, exactly. He said so many things. Hmm? Oh, thank you very much for the raid. There we go. Hopefully you're having a good day. Your name is familiar to me. Why is your name familiar to me? Pumpkin Raid. I want to know why I remember you. I think you and I have similar friends. Ah, you're friends with Ratmost. That's where I know you from. Awesome. Ratmost is amazing. Oh, awkward. I'm just gonna do my intro. Sorry, I was going through my memories trying to remember where I'd seen your name before because I was like, I know this name. I should know this, and I don't like to forget people. So I'm like delving in through the files in my brain, and then yeah. But thank you again for the raids. You two do both appreciate. I do appreciate you both. Yes, Ratmost is great, and so are you. Hopefully you two had fun. Um, I I've had been having fun today. Today's been pretty good. We're making gains in our rat race, which is it's like a challenge that we're doing. That's part of the PZ community. A lot of folks in the PZ community are doing it. But here, shout out for Ratmost because Ratmost is amazing as well. Fantastic sleepy rat. Yes. Oops, sorry. It's okay. It comes in. We don't see links. They come in as stars. So it's you're good. I mean, uh, wait. No clips posting. I mean, you can send them to me. Here. Hello. But yeah, you can post to me and or a mod if I add any mods around. Usually I don't because they're sneaky, stealthy, and only come in if I'm having stress. So which you know they basically my mods are like a ninja squad outside of Elm. Um, the Elm is the other he's the only one that wanders around with like but yes. You can send it to me though, and I'll have a look. 1 second, grab it. But yes, thank you. Do appreciate the raid, you too. Hopefully you had fun. I know that you do quite a lot of stuff. Oh no, it's fine. Like it's okay. Let's see. The reason why no links is specifically because of the bots. If you guys want to post links, you can always ask me, and I'll snag it. Yeah, there you go. Somebody clipped me praising Ratmos before Ratmos came in. Awkward. Um, yeah. You'll be getting back into Zomboid. Zomboid's fantastic. I love this game. Yeah. But yeah. Links are fine if so long as I can like screen them and or alternatively my mods can screen them if they're around. Um, some folks can post, but it I think it's VIPs or mods only. Something like that. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good day, Tim. How goes the Rim World? You having fun? Uh, we do love mods. Yes, we do. Um, yeah. His name is Jeff? He's a Jeff. He's a Jeff? Are you a Jeff? Okay. Starving as usual? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Your crops are blighted again? I just foraged the other kind of chisel. Come on, metalworking punch. Forage a metalworking punch. That's so we foraged a carpentry and a masonry chisel. Jeff. Yeah. That's like is cute. I like that. I like that a lot. It reminds me of a frog. Yeah. A rat burger now exists? What's a rat burger? Did you squish rat and then eat rat in the were you playing the repo? I know you were playing repo recently. I forget. Yes, nice absolutely to meet you. Pumpkin tuba. You do an interesting swath of variety. But yes, enjoy your sleep. Oh, today was Lethal Company. Okay, so the other repo. Repo and Lethal, or it's the other Lethal Company. The other another repo. They're similar games, but not quite the same. They have different styles. You made roasted corned beef burgers. Ooh, that sounds lovely. On everything
You're
bagels.
amazing.
That sounds fantastic. Garlic parm beef burgers. I haven't made something like that for myself in a little while. Last thing I made for myself that was like that was some fancy pasta. But that is awesome. Makes me want to have a burger. Do very much appreciate. Yeah, if you also need to get some self-care at most, you should make sure to get self-care. Yeah. You slice bagels and use them as buns. I mean, that's still not that bad though. Bagels are a little bit tougher than buns, but I guess it depends on the type of bun you use. Because if you're using sourdough buns, then you can, it'd be similar make, depending on what kind of baking methods you use. Mm-hmm. How were the burgers prepared prior to? Like how was the meat prepared? Did you do was it is it like a, or is it like family recipe? You can't tell us. Like how are they seasoned in terms of meat? It's okay if you can't tell us. Bagels, they're soft and bouncy. They sound almost like croissants. Hmm. I don't think I've had bagels quite like that. Usually the bagels that we have are very firm, like the everything bagel styles. They'll make it quite firm. Interesting. Bagel breakfast sandwiches are they are really good. Here they're frequently called bagel belts because, they depending on what you put on them. You don't necessarily need to put bacon, or you can do turkey bacon if you prefer, but they're very good combinations. Um, did I get food at all? The butcher IRL, technically the rest meatballs we sell. Oh, okay, so they were already chopped with parm, shredded cheese, sweet pepper, onion, rolled into. Okay. Lovely. I like it. Sometimes you can get a good a pre like sometimes people do different types of integrated seasonings inside. So like they'll do some spice or some herbs. Sorry, like uh there was one of the blends that my friends used to use that involved mint that they would put in their burger to give it extra like aftertaste. It was really good, especially with jalapeno or habanero. Ah, it was so good because it was a weird, but somewhat I don't know. It's hard to explain. And then there was also there was one of my friends that tried a Carolina Reaper burger that he said that they didn't really cook it very well, and that it wasn't really that good. It was just hot, and he wasn't happy with it. Because there's different between properly making something that tastes good and then just adding there's a difference between flavor and just throwing stuff together kind of deal, right? Because there's some care that goes into it, especially if you make it for yourself. I always say that a happiness bonus that goes into food when you make it for yourself. Regardless of how it turns out, it could be the most vile looking thing ever, but you will still be a little bit happy to eat it because, well, you made it yourself. Probably. There are times though where you will look at it and it'll be like, "Oh my God, I created that," and then I have to throw it. You're like, it's not. But so then you're in that moment of maybe I gotta throw this away because it's terrible. But yeah, it depends. Gosh, you wish that was true for you. Sometimes people can't cook, but it's okay because that means that you have talents in other places that are better. Like for you, it's okay, and you just need somebody else to cook for you, because that's not where your passion lies, and that's okay. I had a passion in I like so for me, it's the steps in cooking that I like. I like all the little steps that you get to do and the little like I like that stuff. And then I like the look on someone's face when they're eating something and enjoying it. I get secondhand enjoyment out of that. So it's yeah. Secondhand emotions are amazing. Sometimes they are. Secondhand, like, anger and secondhand sadness suck, but yeah. I'm speaking your language. Or are they speaking your language? Maybe kosher bacon Jim is or jam, not Jim. It's a red Tim earlier, and combining Tim and jam. I get Jim. Jim for my tea. This took me to, and it's gone instantly, and now I'm disappointed. Oh, but there's that section of in between instantly gone disappointment, but there's that this is the greatest thing ever while you're eating it, right? You get that? This is the greatest thing, and now it's gone. Aw. But yeah. Your name is the other streamers call you kosher. I can say the whole thing, but I'm probably gonna do the one clap thing that almost all streamers do. Streamers are all about one clap. If you can say a name in one clap, you're good. one syllable. I get away with two because of my name. So a lot of people will shorten my name to the first three letters, which is fine. I'm okay with that. I've come to terms with that. I'm at peace with it. But the thing is it still forces an extra syllable. That wasn't worth it. Oh, I'm sorry that is the case. You need to meet one of my friends that stuffs you full to the point where and they're like, "Come on, eat," and they're like handing you more food, and you're like bursting. You're like, "I can't. I really can't. I can't eat. It tastes so good, but I really, okay, just two more bites. Okay, I can't eat anymore." Yeah, there's some friends that I have that are like that. The fantastic friends. And then I like to do that for some folks sometimes, but I'm not that passionate. Not that passionate about it comparatively to some of those friends. Those friends are crazy. Crazy, crazy. You add an I to Ratmoist's name? It's Ratmost. I like Ratmost. Ratmost is great. You had a friend like that, but it was your friend's hot mom. I get you. I had I had a friend's mom that used to cook very weird things for us. And sometimes it was good, and sometimes it was bad. The times that it was bad, I was very unhappy with it. Because afterwards I got sick. But the times there it was good, I mean, it was pretty good. You know. That's where I got to eat gopher. I don't recommend gopher, by the way. It's very stringy and kind of and it made me sick after. But it could be just a the bad way that they cooked it. But I've had a few different styles of food that are strange. Some that I was regretful after eating as well. Because I've had shark, but I didn't know it at first, which is kind of sad. And then I've had crocodile, which is also it's kind of rubbery. But like I said, they made some weird dishes. Real strange. It was the house that you'd go to that there would always be food there, but you didn't know what the food was. Cornbread casseroles. It reminds me of some of the not cursed dishes, but visiting some family. You've not had gopher, but you've had squirrel, pigeon, and horse. Oh, okay. I would figure horse is kind of tough, but perhaps maybe I've not, because I've not had that. I've not had pigeon either. I may have had squirrel, but I don't know for sure because I didn't get confirmation. They said it in like a laughing manner, but maybe. I don't know. You never knew sometimes. Yeah. They need much tenderizing. I just remember it being very not like it was very rubbery and tough. And I thought that it was what's it called? I thought it was octopus or calamari, but I no. I've had those later and those are fantastic by the way. Really really like calamari, especially when it's prepared like it's just something about it that's so good. Oh yeah, they can be messed up real easy to burn. Super duper easy to burn. But it's quite off-putting. Same for Emma and mushrooms. Emma doesn't like mushrooms because they're too rubbery for her. Although, like, I want to try cooking mushrooms in several different ways to see if I can't get Emma to try them. Emma doesn't like scrambled eggs either. Emma likes her eggs over hard. That's it. That's the only way that she'll eat the eggs. Maybe hard boiled, but it's got to be over hard. There can't be any runny yolk, not even a little bit. Because I tried over medium one time, and she just couldn't do it. I tried making her an omelet once. She wasn't keen. Didn't like scrambled eggs either. I ended up having to eat them, which is fine because I like that stuff. I don't mind. I'm not very picky when it comes to food. I will eat anything for the most part once, but Emma sounds like a same person. Emma is my partner and my everything, and I love her very much. It's sweet of me to cook for her. See, Emma's learning to cook for me, so that when I come there next time, that we can have alternating cooking nights, kind of, which is neat. But I still don't like the idea of Emma being in the kitchen, because that's where all the hot things are and the knives and stuff, and I don't want Emma in there. It's not safe. But sometimes we'll let her be in there sometimes. I have experience in kitchens and I have experience in lots of different things. So as a result, it ends up being that I'm the best choice for that stuff. Was there anything to forage? Are you a berry bush? No. I didn't miss any foraging, did I? Because I was on tangent and wasn't paying attention to the game at all. A zombie could have walked up and ate me and I wouldn't have even noticed. Awkward. I was on food tangent. You didn't notice either? Yeah, see, that's the thing about good conversations, is that they're solid and I appreciate them big time. Because it's okay. Yeah, it's fine in my book. This is the best kind of conversations. You make mushroom crisps? Ah, I see. So maybe I could try that. I could make mushroom crisps. Some of my favorite mushroom styles are doing sautéed mushrooms. Those are really really good. But we didn't quite have the right ingredients to make them the way that I wanted to. So I need to try that at some point as well. At one point, I didn't end up going for it because but I was very heavily at one point considering going for a red seal, but I decided against it because I didn't know if I was gonna stay in the culinary arts. So, and I didn't end up staying in the culinary arts. So I'm kind of glad that I didn't go for it, and I'm glad that I've chosen the path that I'm currently walking. At least I hope. We'll see. I need to see where it goes. 3:30 a.m. Everything's closed. It's true. Everything closes here at like midnight, mostly. Like you get a few like bars and pizza places that are left open, but most things are closed. That's the one difference about small towns versus large cities is large cities have 24-hour options that are like span across. They're able to go to you can go to any place that is open 24 hours in a big city. That said though, big cities also suck cuz they are frequently bustling, there's frequently construction, it is noisy, it is terrible. In the local place. You probably could be a member or something. Like, they'd be like, oh, it's that number again. Okay, send them. They probably have one ready for you. Because we used to do that. I remember there was a couple of folks that we had that would frequently, and they'd be like, "Oh, it's those folks. Okay, we got no worries. We got them already." Because I worked fast food. I've also worked Blockbuster. I've worked lots and lots of places. So customer service, I believe everybody should work customer service a little bit, at least to, get a feel for it and have an understanding of the systems so that it's not, like, so that it makes you a little bit more patient with folks. I feel like a lot of folks are losing their patience nowadays. But of course, that's an opinion. It's not fact, but it seems like instant gratification and requiring things to be done right away is it would be a good idea kind of to end customer service, but also if you do that then you force automation on that side, which can end poorly. I can see that being not as good, you know what I mean? Because then you get that situation where somebody's looking for a person, right? Every like that you're stuck on that. Have we've all been on that phone call, right? That phone call where we're trying to get to a person and we just can't. Like, hello, person, please. He's sitting there pushing the buttons on the phone. Pretty please, just no. I don't want to know your hours of operations. No, no. I don't need information on the menu. Please, I just 2 seconds with a person. That's all I want. Quickly explain my issue and no, no, you're telling me some interesting stuff. All right, I'm gonna shut down and get a snack. Okay, yes, yes, yes. You enjoy Rap Most. You guys are fantastic. Yeah, it's if you hit zero you can, but I've noticed a few of the companies have changed the buttons a little bit. So if you hit zero, sometimes it takes you back to the start. So sometimes they want you to hit pound, sometimes they want you to hit number sign. Sometimes you really got to listen to the automated system a little bit in order to know what they want, right? It's frustrating. Yeah. Just like throw your phone into the trees. That's it. This is going over there now. You worked midnight shift for a call center for years. I've worked with call centers a lot, and I've told this story before, but during a power outage one time, um, it's an embarrassing story. During a power outage, I had to call them on my cell phone, right? I called them on my cell phone and I'm like, hey, by the way, power's out. We don't know when it's going to be back. Hold orders for now, and it'll come back later. I'll call you guys and let you know. So put everything on hold. Doing the standard managerial duties that you got to do. Make sure everything's on hold. Wait. Send staff home if we need to. Wait, etc. Right? Anyways, so I do all that. And then just in case, I was like, at the time, I was like, I should give them my number just in case they need it back. Need to call me back. Okay. So here's an emergency number that you can call if you need to reach our store. Is like, okay. Years later, I've not worked there for years. Right? They were still calling me. And I would be like, I don't work there, but actually, this is the procedure that you have to use. And please, can you stop calling? They woke me up in Sweden once. I was sleeping in Sweden, across the world, right? From this, across the world. I'm asleep in bed. And Emma can verify this story. I get woken up in the middle of the night. And, I'm, sitting there. I'm like, oh, what? Hello? And they're like, yeah, hi, yada, yada, yada store, yada, 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 this, issue, whatever, right? I'm like, I go and I sit in the, because I don't want to bother Emma while, when we were sleeping. And so, I go into the living room in the kitchen. I was like, okay, yeah, so, yeah, all right. And then okay, so here's how you deal with your issue. Remember, I haven't been working there for years. I'm still helping them fix their stuff. Eventually I got through to somebody and I was like, hey, yeah, can you take my number off of there? And they're like, yeah, sure. Few days later, get another call. I'm like, my number's still not off there, huh? They're like, and at this point, I already knew the person that worked in the upper, in some of the upper levels. So I was talking to them and they're like, yeah, we really are trying to get your number off there, but it's kind of hard. Because it's been given out to a few folks. I'm like, great. That's lovely. Thankfully, eventually, they stopped calling. But I was like, okay. They had it. He sent me a picture of it. It was up on the board. That's when you know you're in good, is when you're vital to a business, is when that kind of stuff happens. Oh, up on a board. People to call me directly. Oh, but yeah. It's only select few have the direct line. It's on the board. Don't use this one unless you need to. But we always need to. It was good times though. Kind of. It's funny to think back to those times now. At the time, I was like, goodness, I can't get my number off there at all, can I? It was frustrating at the time. Remember, uh, some security guard coming. Emergency maintenance. It's 1 a.m. on a Sunday. Hey, can you come in? We need you to fix something. It's been 6 years. I don't work there. I mean, if you're gonna pay for my flight to get over there, sure, I'll come fix it. But I mean, it's gonna be expensive. Because chances are you would know how to fix it. That's the funniest part. 2 years plus, at least 2 years plus. I don't know the exact numbers, but of me not working there, I was still able to fix their problems, no problem. It's just it's the same procedures. It's not like it's hard. That's the fun part about the back ends of business, is most of the time stuff stays the same. Maybe it'll change on the face front, but most of the back end is the same. Stays the same. Same systems, same stuff. constantly. It's so frustrating, but so funny at the same time. You felt bad for the phone person? Oh, okay, yeah, me too. Every time. That's why I went through with it every time. It's like, this person's, it's not their fault they're calling me. It's part of their procedure to call me. So if they're doing their job, I get that. It's not my job anymore to answer this, but I mean, I have the answers. They're right there in my brain. Oh, yeah. Yeah, customer service can be a good thing and a bad thing. That's why I feel like everybody should get a little bit of it. Not you don't have to like dedicate part of your life to it, but just like a little portion of like some working one of those kind of duties for a short span of time just to kind of get a feel and understand. Maybe it's not for everyone. Like especially some folks that have neurodivergencies, like, you know, wouldn't be as good for them. I can't see Emma behind a till. I just can't. It's impossible. Emma would freak out behind a till. Um, but in saying that, I feel like it is a good thing to get your kind of customer service, whether it's that or, you know, something of that ilk, just to kind of feel it out. And then from there, obviously, like, I mean, some things are better left to folks that are passionate about those positions, because there are people that really like being in customer service. I knew someone who worked for over 10 years at McDonald's, right? 10 plus years at McDonald's. And I asked them about, like, did they have any aspirations, dreams? And they were like, no, I just want to work at McDonald's. I'm happy here. This is my job and I am content. To which, to be honest, if you can find contentment and if you can find happiness, you know, that's what it's about, right? There's no necessity to go for more than what you're happy with.
You're amazing.
Well, you can always try to go for more and aspire for more, but I mean, if you don't need to, you don't need to. Thank you for the follows, by the way. Do appreciate. But yeah, I think one of the biggest reasons why that person really liked it is because they really enjoyed the team interactions, and sometimes they were different, sometimes it would be short lived, but like, I mean, they liked their job. And I feel like if you don't like your job, you should find another job, do something else, move into a different field. Not always easy to do, but it is possible. Exactly, sales. Yep. You learn a lot about people, and it also kind of changes your outlook on some things, which is useful. Plus, it gives you sight into those systems and how they work, which is kind of cool. That's why I like my current work. But I get to see a lot of the back ends of things, which is nice. And then, you know, residential and other such. Some of that stuff is I wish I haven't seen. That's the honest truth. There are some sites that I wish I could unsee. But I think that we've all been there. We've all been in that situation, probably. And if you haven't, thank your stars. I hope you never ever have to. May you never suffer those kinds of things. Yeah, backends are decent for the most part. But there are some things. Okay, let's go. Let's keep foraging. So I need to get him dinner. That's good times, though. I do wish I could uncatalog some of the stuff in my mind, though, because I don't need to know barcodes as good as I know them. I wish I could turn that off and re-download new information on over top of it. There's some things that, yeah, I'd like to free up that space in my mind for other things. I don't think I can, though. Something about barcodes are just cool. I don't know. It's weird. Thank you for the wellness check. Hmm. Tying the back ends is really good. Yeah, I can agree. I bet you that's the same kind of feeling that electricians feel. I am not I am not an electrician, but I would expect that when they set up everything nice, that's how they feel, you know? I've been waiting an hour. Why no zombie? So it's by design. Trust me, there will be thousands of zombies later. Currently, we're in training marathon montage. We could be playing Eye of the Tiger in the background, and we could see Rocky run by. That this is what I'm doing. It's the slow game. I'm playing the long game. My character was a 0 to hero, which means that their fitness and their strength was low to start. I want my fitness and strength to be a little bit higher before I go out there and start fighting. But in saying that, you will see zombies eventually. Trust me. Sometimes even too many zombies. Um, I have no fear of the zombies at all. But I know my character's limits, and I know what I want to set my character up as before we head out. Where am I on the map? Right here. We are currently
You're
by...
amazing.
This is Dixie, that is Crossroads, and this is the campsite cabin beside. So there are going to be zombies down here, and there's zombies over here. But, and you know, there's obviously going to be zombies there. But that said, there will not be very many around here unless I accidentally let the ones from the campsite wander over. That map low zombie pop? Oh, no, 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 no. No, no. This is a times 16 game. Yeah, this is times 16. It's not low pop. This is high pop, like highest pop. But I'm in a low pop area. So, yeah, it's times 16. It's times 16 pinpoint hearing fast shamblers with eagle eyes and long memory. You can do an exclamation point settings if you want to see some of the finer details, but it is the rat race is a pretty brutally set up mode, and it's pretty good. I like it. Yeah, this is definitely a low pop area of the highest settings possible. We lucked out with this house as well because there's only 4 zombies. But yeah, currently I am looking for food. I'm trying not to stray too far from the house at the moment. But eventually, once we've hit the goals that I've set out, we'll start. We're gonna clear out the campsite to the south so that they don't attack us from behind, and then we're gonna start clearing Crossroads. With which right now I have about 6 axes worth of stuff. But yeah, it's a foraging fitness montage right now. When you want to see how high the population is? Okay. Do you want to see? I'll show you. I'll do a very, very brief, quick run where I show you the population of the rat race. Okay? It's very fast. So You can see the old video? Oh, you mean you've already gone back and you watched the VOD? Interesting. I could do a I could show you the different pops and the like, but I guess if you're not interested, then that's fine. My favorite part of doing times 16 is doing the escape at the beginning. That's one of my favorite parts of it. It's not as hard as it used to be though. Okay. Do you guys want to know here I can show you something else then. I have a clip of Guns Unlimited on these settings. Um, where are you? Mm. Ah, there it is. There you go. That's visiting Guns Unlimited on these settings. Because I did a handful of test runs in the rat race that before we started our actual run. And just to test out the different spawns and, see how it goes. Oh, yeah. Technically, if you want my opinion on the rat race so far, though, I've had only 3 runs. Out of my 7 runs that I have completed so far, 3 of the runs have hit a breakaway point like this, where I'm in a somewhat safe position to build my character before I go do other stuff. So I've had 3 runs. Those other 4 were instant deaths that were hard for me to get out of, where I messed up and couldn't get out of the spawn. Not that they're impossible, because they aren't. There is no run that's impossible. It's just that I didn't get out. So I failed. But yeah, that's Guns Unlimited on these settings, which is, it's, like I said, it's pretty busy. I didn't quite make it to the door before we crashed. My game crashed, and the thing you see me doing there is my character is not God moded. Just so that we're clear. That character is a normal character, just walking towards Guns Unlimited. The reason why I don't die instantly is actually due to it's a trick you can do with lots of zombies that requires low frame rate. So the zombies can't grab me because the frame rate's low. So I'm able to walk to the next tile before they're able to do anything. So it just kind of, I keep going. And they can't touch me. Partly due to the fact that there are zombies there and they're kind of like shoving me along a little bit. We almost made it to the door, though. I would have loved to go inside. If we had gotten inside, I would have clipped that instead. Where are you from and what is your streaming schedule? I do not have a proper streaming schedule yet, but eventually I hope to have one. Because the nature of my work doesn't let me have a schedule, but usually I try to stream at least 5 to 7 hours if I am streaming. Today we're going to go for longer probably. And then in the future, I'm going to have a streaming schedule when I move in with Emma. That's the plan. And then I post when I go live on Discord, Twitter /X, and Blue Sky. Those are the places I post. That in a handful of other Discords. And then to answer your other question, where am I from? Northern Canada is what I would say. Like for example, we just recently our snow started like is on the back end. Like snow started to melt. I'm still expecting it to snow one more time. It might not, but probably. It's only April. Sometimes we have snow all the way till May. Sometimes longer. Usually not, but sometimes. It's very rare, but I do try to stream as frequently as I can, despite not having an actual streaming schedule. Because I like to. It's nice. April's usually your last snow? Nifty. I'm gonna be looking forward, especially. So there's a lot of reasons why I'm looking forward to moving in with Emma. One of them as well is that Emma's slightly south of where I am, right? So Emma's temperatures don't get up to usually my home temperatures. Like we drop between, like sometimes as low as below -50, -60, and like it's cold. That's Celsius. Which what is that? C2F -50. Okay, so it'd be -58 Celsius. So it's -40 is the crossover point when they're the same then, right? Because C2F -40. Yeah, okay, so they're the same at -40. That's scary when notes two cross. Kind of scary, right? But yeah, our winters can get really cold, is what I'm like. It's not the coldest in the world, but it definitely is cold. Very, very cold. And this year was awful. There was one point in winter where almost all the cars in town were not able to start. You had like people right like that were smart and brought their batteries inside, helping other people start their cars because it was just that bad. It killed like most of the batteries in town. Like, yeah. Like arguably nearly Frostpunk level cold. Like not quite Frostpunk, not quite the long dark, but getting there. Like kind of. Actually, it might be as cold as the long dark. How cold does the long dark get? I never looked it up. I should actually look that up and see. Is my home colder than the long dark? Long dark temp. Oh my god. My home temperatures can drop nearly similar levels to the long dark. Huh. That actually makes the long dark even more appealing to me to play. Because it'd be like playing at home. Kind of. You had a winter like that in Montana? Montana gets pretty cold too, doesn't it? It's one of the states that's like pretty far north. But it's one of those I'm not really sure geographically where all the states are. I get some of them mixed up. It's okay though, because the states don't have a clue where any of our provinces are. For the most part, no offense, like meant at all to anybody from the states, but If I asked anybody at random in the States to name any of the provinces in Canada, they would be able to name Ottawa, maybe. Or and that wouldn't be a province. That's one of our capital cities. They would be like, Ottawa. No, it's Ontario, but it's okay. You get a pass. It's not their fault. You were thinking Quebec? No, no, that's right. Kudos. Good job. I'll give you a star. This star is yours, okay? This one belongs to you. Don't let other people take it, okay? There you go. That's your star. Banff is just north of us. Nova Scotia. You were born in Alaska? Yeah, Alaska's really cold. Tom's from Alaska. Tom's great. Hopefully Tom's doing okay.
You're amazing.
You're amazing. Thank you very much for the follow. Because most of your family's from Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia's nice. So is PEI. All the maritime areas are really, really nice. From what I've seen in pictures as well. I've never been there. And I've never been to Ontario outside their airport. I've been to the Ontario airport and it was nice. It was a nice airport. But I had to fly there to fly out to which place did we go? I think we flew to Frankfurt. Frankfurt was amazing. The reason why I think it was amazing was because when I went to Frankfurt, I had to get in line to pass through this check or something, right? Anyways, the line was enormous. But they finished the line in like only a few hours. It was huge and it wrapped around. Like it was so long. They had 3 people working, but it blew me away that they were able to get it done so quickly. Also, when I made it to the front, I was trying to show them my COVID papers because this was during COVID time, right? Like I made it to the front and they're like, "Why are you coming here?" I'm like, "I'm coming here to see my partner." I'm actually on a flight to Sweden to see my partner. So I'm just passing through. And they're like, and I went to show them my COVID documents and they were like, they didn't even care. They're like, "No, just go. You're good. Go." The efficiency. Maximum. Paris is like that? I can imagine. Paris is probably they probably got things down to a T. A lot of major world cities that have really like bustling they're probably they set up systems to get like, to not have to spend too much time doing things, right? It's efficiency. I can really appreciate a good system like that. Good seafood. Yes, yeah. Because they'd be able to tell if I had COVID or anything like that, they would have been able to tell. I got COVID later at home, like when I came back to Canada. I'm looking forward to being home there, but future. Home with Emma. Canada's one of those places that if you drive through certain sections of it, you won't really remember. Like It's very much foresty, or driving through BC, you would remember. There's a lot to look at in BC. If you want my breakdown of Canada, for those that want to have a breakdown of Canada, outside of the territories, which are the three spots that are above the provinces, you've got, which the territories have their own classifications that are separate. You know, you've got BC is in my like it's remember these are completely like based on my own criteria, I guess, or criteria that I've heard, based on other people telling me that this is what they think of it, right? So this may not be accurate, but British Columbia is our beautiful province. Very gorgeous. Has its own desert, has mountains, has the big redwoods, has like a coastal region. You know, it's Canada's movies can be shot there, and you would not be able to really know like that it's not, you know, different parts of the world. It's all in one province. Beautiful place. Next over, you've got Alberta. Alberta is it looks like somebody took a bite out of a graham cracker, and it is the working province. It is the province that spends most of its time doing work related things. Alberta beef, Calgary Stampede, Banff Jasper, and oil. That's essentially Alberta in a nutshell. Beside Alberta, you got Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan's got some amazing resources in its north section that are untapped. However, that said, Saskatchewan is known as the flat province. It's known for being flat, real flat. You can see one side to the other. That is what it's known as, the flat province. Yeah, that would be Saskatchewan. Then you've got Manitoba. From what I remember, is that one's the Winnipeg. So Winnie the Pooh. If you guys have ever heard of Winnie the Pooh, that's where he's from. He's from Winnipeg. Winnipeg is known in my brain as the half French, half English Winnie the Pooh province. And then you've got Quebec, which is a French province. Like it's mostly French. They don't like being part of Canada, but they like being part of Canada's economy. So they're kind of like the angry teenager that wants to keep using the parents' money, but would prefer to be an angry teenager. That's how I see Quebec. No offense meant to anybody from Quebec, but that's kind of how other provincial folks see you. I'm sorry. It's like I appreciate the French stuff though, and I appreciate the folks that are from there that are civil and such. But there are some folks that are very angry, uh, and I understand it comes from a place of old, like it's old stuff being angry, right? Not new stuff. So maybe it'll in a few years kind of balance out. Ontario is our provincial, or sorry, it's our political province, our place where essentially it's the province that interacts with the rest of the world. It is the province that everyone sees us through. So it's the political one. And then from there, the maritime provinces often all get clumped together. And I do apologize on the rest of Canada's part about that. But Newfoundland, Labrador, PEI, and Nova Scotia, they all kind of get brought together in this. It's the Maritimes. They're just all in one. They're the sea folk, and they're really good folks. Yeah. I don't think I'm forgetting anything, right? Um, Amber theme music? What? Oh, that's not Amber's theme music. That's Happy Journey from Genshin Impact. It's not Amber's theme specifically. It's just music from Genshin Impact. Cause I did I listened to their soundtrack when it was on the list of games that people wanted me to play. Cause it still is on the list of games that people want me to play. Um uh Denu really wants me to play Genshin Impact, and I will maybe at some point in the future. I don't know. They use it for her. I dream of Genie. I do not know. All I know is that it was one of my favorite tracks that when I was listening to that, I was like, I'm gonna add this to my playlist, and that way I'll never forget that I get to play that game at some point in the future. It reminds you of TV shows from the 50s or 60s. That's fair. I feel like the 60s are more like a bumpin' sort of thing. Like they're more like there's more to them, you know? Every 3 months there's a new set of albums. Oh, I haven't listened to new Genshin Impact since it wasn't getting a whole lot of votes in the poll. So I was like, should I play it? Maybe. I'm still on the fence. And then you guys kind of put a coffin in it for now. But who knows? I might put it on the poll again. It got a little bit of traction, but not like well, RimWorld is getting the biggest traction so far. You guys really want to see me play RimWorld for some reason. Apparently, it's because that game is awesome. That's what I'm to understand. Yeah, I like PZ as well. Have you not? I've launched the rocket, and I owe you guys a cannibal playthrough. Because normally I am not a bad like I try to patch up my enemies and release them. I don't like to like eat people or harvest them or any of that stuff. I want them to be okay. Even if they're my enemies, they don't deserve to be mercilessly torn apart and then, sold. I don't believe in that. However, I do owe you guys a cannibal playthrough. Rimworld streamers is how you found me. Um, it's interesting that you say that because those Rimworld streamers also frequently will play PZ. It's because the Rimworld and PZ Venn diagram are very similar. They cross over in lots of spots because PZ is very brutal, and so is Rimworld. So yeah, Tim knows because I've seen Tim on PZ, but also I've seen your Rimworld as well. You do a fantastic job. The honest truth, though, they are quite tough games, especially Cassandra. I find that um, Randy for me sleeps more than he attacks. Like he doesn't really attack because he's true random, right? Meanwhile, I feel like Cassandra's always beating me up. She is very violent. Although I've had one of my best runs ended by Phoebe. Phoebe can pack a punch if she really wants to. Because I played one a long time ago. Long time ago. Um, and I was just doing Phoebe and just having a good time. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, it was like an army of geese. There were so many geese. It's like a halfway. Oh, it sounds kind of cool. Like halfway between Cassandra and Randy. You play a custom storyteller. What's the storyteller's name? Because I've seen a couple of custom ones, and I've been warned don't get Rick. Because Rick ruins your game. Because I've seen some of the vanilla expanded storytellers. I seen there was like a slug queen or something that's always negative, and that there's like a couple other ones. There was one that looked like a cowboy. Advanced storyteller. He's just modified Cassandra. So okay. So they're just a little bit more random, but they're still, for the most part, he's still okay. Neat. Finally, food. Yeah, she really can. There were so many geese in that attack. So many geese. Back then, I had the Man in Black event enabled, but the geese just ate him too. Like, there was just too many geese. But since then, I've turned that off because I don't like playing with free handouts. I like my games brutal. Although I don't play on like the worst setting, so I don't do like the 500% brutality naked run or whatever. I was happy playing on I think it's called Blood and Dust, and doing Cassandra runs. Cassandra's, see, she's, although she is brutal, she was more fun for me than Randy because there was one run that I had where Randy just slept the whole time. He just I rolled all the best stuff for him, and he just did not raid me. So it kind of felt boring. Yeah, he just napping the whole time. Which is kind of crazy if you really think about it, because if it's truly random and I hit, heads every single time on the tails, on the coin, that's pretty cool. But statistically, it's cool. It's cool to see those numbers. It's less cool to play that. RimWorld? Yeah, we're discussing some RimWorld stuff because that in my Discord there's a poll section that I post sometimes for activities like what people are interested in and stuff like that, just to see, and for funny enough, RimWorld is taking quite a strong lead. Although Zomboid is up there, of course, because well, I mean, we all like our Zomboid. Zomboid is phenomenal. But also Frog wins every time. For some reason. I think the poll might be rigged. But that's okay. Frog can win. You can vote for as many things in the poll as you want as well. Like that, there's no limit. So if you like more than one thing, you can pick more than one thing. It's meant to be one of those multi-polls. So like, you pick like 3 things that you like or more. If you like them all, pick them all. I like that. It's a cool system that Discord implemented. They broke it for a little while too. But it's been fixed since then. You have a playthrough that's been 5 years long? That's crazy. It sounds like you've done everything. It's still on 1.0? Okay, so it's like the vanilla, like way, way old vanilla. That's cool. Yeah, I've done a handful of runs. I was trying to do the ice sheet one for a while, and before that, I played a little bit of the Mechanitor, Me- yeah, whatever that one when it first came out. But I never made it far with it. I didn't even fight the first boss. The most advanced playthrough that I've won was the I did launch the rocket, and I felt pretty good about that. Because, you know, not everyone launches the rocket, right? And I got roll credits. And I lost most of the people. Like, I think only one person was part of the original crew at the end. Which, I mean, I tried my best. Sometimes it's hard. I did not succeed at keeping the original crew alive. Yeah, going through the DLC stuff is pretty fun. Like, bit by bit. Yeah, it really is. It's not easy to keep your original three. Your like, well, if you're doing the default original three, right? Sometimes you know, old age has decimated more than a few of your runs. I hear that there's a solution to that now, though. That it's like you can de-age your characters or something. That with like the DLCs or something. Some of them, yeah. There's tons of solutions. I was just getting into the royalty stuff, and I got a playthrough that nearly finished the Royal Ascent, which was the, but we stopped just before I finished it. Like I was on the final level, we just had to house the person for what is it, like 12 days, 14 days or whatever, and then we get to go. But I ended up not finishing that one. And then you know, if I ever were to go back to it, I wouldn't want to just jump right into the end of that's awkward, you know? Suddenly I got this whole colony that I've forgotten about, kind of. Like the only thing I remember is I kind of remember our character in the beginning. The royal character was randomized, so they have a unique name. I can't tell you what their name is though, because I don't remember. It's been too long. I would remember it if we went and looked though. Like obviously, if I seen it, I'd be like, "Oh yeah, so and so." But yeah. Very, very close to level 4 strength. Yeah, the drop raids are tough. Those are tough to deal with, but I kind of like them because the way that I build up my bases in RimWorld is I like to have different sections that are like separated. I like the bedrooms over here. I like, you know what I mean? Like different sections. So they'll be like one will be like here, and then the other one will be like over there. So like separate, like that. It's cool. And then they'll have like a wall that goes all the way around, and then the little boxy thing. But I like my kill box to not be. I like it to be kind of open with dandelions. Does that make sense? Because it's nice. Yeah, I like it open with dandelions, so that it's like if the enemy has fire, then they'll light it on fire and burn themselves, which is kind of amusing. And then if not, then that's okay because they'll, we can shoot them. I was really getting into some of that stuff with RimWorld though. Yeah, dandelions are some of my favorite ways to level up the folks. Because I was comparing them to hay, and I was like, eh. I found the dandelions just were better for a lot of things. Like they grew faster. You didn't have to harvest them, which is nice. Yeah, exactly. Although the hay, you build up a lot of it really quickly. So if you wanted to kind of like offload a bunch of it to become friends with someone, it's pretty, like, it was pretty effective. Here, I'm getting rid of 12,000 hay. Here you go, buddy. Dropping pod. And, like, could you just imagine receiving that? I mean, if you're a farmer, you'd be like, heck yeah. But, like, I mean, could you imagine, like, going to one of those? Because let's be fair. We go to the civilizations, right? When you caravan over to an area, if you were to caravan over there and look at their little base, it's not going to look anything like any player base. Chances are it looks terrible, right? Like they got like 4 buildings, no structural defense of any kind. Um Maybe it's just I've not seen a really cool like maybe I've not played long enough to see a really cool defended like cell, but I've never seen them have good like setups. Are they able to? Like if are they able to set up decently? Or do they always have garbage setups? I'm not trying to make fun or anything. It's just that I feel like the caravan when you go around that they're always garbage. Like and that you'll always be able to out overpower it with just like a couple of pawns. Arguably, maybe not just a couple, but like I mean, a couple of really good pawns can just kind of wipe them out. Yeah, I don't know RimWorld as well as I know a lot of other games, but I have put a few hundred hours into RimWorld. Like, let's see. Yeah, I've got almost 300 to 400 hours in RimWorld. That's not bad. think I do okay. It's definitely a cool little... Warren wiped the map and none of the bases were special? That's unfortunate. That's something that Rural mentioned as well that I fully agree with, is that the caravan system and the map travel and all that stuff should be completely reworked. 100% agree. Because it'd be cool if that stuff was just a little bit more, well, deeper, right? And that you had actually come across bases that are actually like, you know, they've got maybe a kill box, you know? Or better defenses. Could you imagine if you came across some of the player bases? Ancient Dangers are an example, though, of kind of like somewhat what that could be like. Because they have kind of, right? Like that they're a little bit harder. Not quite as intricate as players stuff, but definitely something that you think about before you pop, right? Could you imagine if the Ancient Dangers were like everywhere? Or several of them? Or a temple? Like an ancient temple that you have to like go into, and like there's different traps, and oh, that would be so cool. Is that like what the Rim's Ruin mod is? Is it like temples? I'm thinking like Path of Exile, but you know, perhaps that's wrong. Maybe I shouldn't be thinking like that. Just gonna top off all my other fitness stuff. There was a mod that repopulates player bases onto tiles. That would be cool. The problem is trying to get people the AI to use the player base like it's intended. Because chances are they wouldn't. They just run out and derp. Let's attack. To which they run into their own traps. What it needs is it needs those player bases to be like the ones that have like traps, and they don't activate the characters like until you get to the end. So it's like a bunch of like just intricate like sets of, but then again you would get players that would just cut through onto the side and cut through the wall, right? So there would be no way to really force them to go through the trappy area. Because players are way too devious, right? Yep, this is my base, and then just blow the whole thing up. Where are they? Set up mortar, fire mortar. Right, you know, yeah. Remember, my knowledge of RimWorld's kind of limited, but because I know what sapper raids are, but sapper raids don't interact properly, right? they still get kind of derped and try to wander through the regular stuff, right? Let's just steal all the walls. Mm-hmm. And set off an animal pulsar. Yeah, or something like that. Make everything angry. But then you got players that would bring in like animal soothers to counter it, right? It's like, I don't know, it's weird. Because players are brilliant. Like, you got some folks that would be bringing in like those psychic things that stun stuff or turn stuff, you know? Yeah, I don't know. It'd be tough because playing against players is always difficult. It's like it's not easy. It's like D&D, DM versus players. Although I prefer to think of it as actually DM story versus DM and players, because I feel like the DM is part of the players group. But they have to have that aspect of themselves that's always that on the antagonistic side as well, right? But in a fun way. RimWorld could be used to train militaries. I mean, maybe. Apparently, enough RimWorld makes you crazy. Apparently, maybe. I would have to consult Kurumi because Kurumi's put in like a ridiculous amount of RimWorld time. We can start heading back now. I've gotten my money's worth out of the game for sure. And I'll probably play some more runs still, so obviously I'm gonna get my money's worth out of all of that other stuff as well. At some point. It's one of those things, right? We'll give it a go. There's quite a lot of games that I'm looking forward to playing, though. As well as PZ runs that I'm looking forward to doing. I want to do a Z-Bay 2.0 at some point. Or another CDDA wall run. The CDDA wall, like, revival is what I want to call it. Because that was fun, trying to beat the AI director in the meta of the game. Because there is in Project Zomboid there is an AI director that controls the meta events, and that same AI director controls the respawns actually. So it's kind of neat. It's like it's fighting the game at a meta level. It's super fun. And I'm looking forward to doing that again. But not right now. I didn't quite finish it last time because I died before we could continue. I do intend to do the same thing that I was going to do last time because if we can manage to corrupt the save by the and they haven't fixed that bug, we can send the save to the devs and like or post it so that somebody can fix it. And I'd be okay with that. Doesn't bother me at all to have to start over. So the thing that I'm talking about is there is a grass animal interaction with that causes games to not be able to be loaded properly. So hopefully, fingers crossed, I will be able to have that happen to me because I haven't been able to yet. I've not seen that one firsthand. I've only heard of it and seen it through other people, right? And it happened to Curtis, Nico, and Molly Berry as well. I was there for Molly's. And Nico posted a fix for it, but at the same time, it still doesn't help everybody. So, with luck, I can cause it to happen to me as well, and because I like the idea of replicating stuff like that, because then it has a higher chance of being fixed, because we know how to trigger it, right? It's important to be able to replicate. Okay, I would like to put these 50 some odd thingies into there. Good enough.
You're amazing.
You're amazing. Thank you very much for the follow. The Saint. I do apologize for saying your name. It's just I like numbers when used as letters. It's kind of cool. It's supposed to be anonymous follows though, so I apologize. Sincerely, you have my sincere apology. It's supposed to be anonymous follows so people can enjoy their lurk. Occasionally, I will see the name. That's why I cover it up most of the time, so I can't see it. Ah, my bad. My bad. Shame on me. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, here. I'll cover it up so that I can't see. There. Shame on me indeed. But it's a cool name, right? It is a cool name.